The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. Would the House and Gallery please rise for the invocation which will be offered by the chaplain? Pardon me. Offered by the Honorable Will Metcalf of Montgomery County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members and guests, please pray. Heavenly Father, I want to thank you for this day. We pray, Lord, for your grace and mercy and that you will be with our families while we are away. Give us the guidance to do your will for the great state of Texas. Amen.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Christian Manuel of Jefferson County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please say the pledge with me to the greatest country that has ever existed and the greatest state that has ever existed. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. God bless Texas.
The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Larry Kravitz from Austin as the Doctor of the Day. Mr. Metcalf moves to dispense the reading and referral of bills until the end of today's calendar. Objection, chair hears none, so ordered. Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial resolution. The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 496 by King of Uvalde in memory of Sky Marshal Jones Louis of Uvalde.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and I appreciate your attention, and y'all can stay there. I want to tell you about a friend of ours that passed away last year in May of last year at 64 years of age. But this is in memory of Sky Marshal Jones Louis. Sky was an admired conservationist and river advocate. She dedicated dedicated herself to the preservation of natural resources, particularly the Nueces River, which ran alongside her family's property, the Open Bee Ranch in Uvalde County. For more than 2 decades, Sky served as the Resource Protection and Education Director for the Nueces River Authority, an organization that works to preserve, protect, and develop surface water across some 15,000 square miles in South Texas. And along the way, she led a wide-reaching efforts to control invasive plants and protect water quality, and spearheaded such award-winning initiatives as the Up to You Litter Prevention Campaign and the Watershed Stewardship Education Program, the Riparian Landowners Network curriculum. In addition to that, she championed legislation to prevent direct water discharges into the remaining pristine streams of Texas. And she was instrumental in the passage of Senate Bill 155, which prohibits the use of motorized vehicles in some of the navigable streams. I mentioned the pristine streams stream, and that was the bill that we had in this floor 2 sessions ago, and we'd had for a number of sessions before that. And this was sort of the character of Sky Jones Louis. Mr. Bell remembers this. Ms. Thompson remembers it, and so it was a hard fought, and there was a fair amount of opposition, and I wasn't sure of the results, but Sky Jones and her river group had been working the whole state on all the people that had pristine streams in the hill country. And so Representative Bell and I worked on an amendment that significantly watered down the bill, ironically, and water bill, and but I thought that it would get us to the next layer of this deal anyway, perhaps get us through here. And so it came online, and I immediately got a phone call from Sky Jones Louis, Sky Marshall Jones Louis, and she said, "I don't like this amendment, Tracy." And I said, "Well, but the deal is, Sky, we do this, we live to fight another day and perhaps get a little further down the road." And she said, "Tracy King, I'm not interested in living to fight another day. We fight today." And so I went and told Cecil, I said, "Well, my folks don't want to do this." So we took the vote, we won on the floor, then we won the verification, and we ended up getting 3rd reading, and we got it out of here, and it didn't pass in the Senate, but it made a real profound impact, and TCEQ is now working on some of those issues. And that's the epitome of Sky Jones Marshall Louis. And she was a force of nature, and when they buried her, I did the eulogy, and her daughter, Julie, called me and said, "Tracy," she said, "would you be willing to do a eulogy for my mom?" And I said, "Well, of course I would, but I know that you've got friends." She had a huge network of friends that were professionals in the water world, and I said, "Surely there are some that are more eloquent than me that can do this." And she said, "You're right, there probably are, but Sky specifically asked for you to do this eulogy." So I did. And they buried her in her bathing suit on the banks of the Nueces River there outside their house on their ranch. And Sky lived a rich and purposeful life devoted to conserving the natural splendor of Texas, and her passion and commitment will ever inspire all those who knew and loved her. Today, we are very, very fortunate to have with us in the gallery her daughter, Julie Louis, and her son, Jeff. If y'all could rise, if you could join me in recognizing these fine folks that are here with us today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up H.R. 1500.
Members have heard the motion to object, and the chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1500 by Guerin, congratulating Sonny Dykes, head coach of the Texas Christian University football team, on being named the Associated Press Coach of the Year for 2022.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today we recognize Sonny Dykes, the head football coach of Texas Christian University, on earning 10 National Coach of the Year awards, including the unanimous Big 12 Coach of the Year and Associated Press Coach of the Year. Sonny was born in Big Spring, Texas, and he's the son of legendary coach Coach Dykes, the son of legendary coach Texas Tech football coach Spike Dykes. Coach Dykes engineered a remarkable season as his first head coach at TCU, leading his team to a 12-1 record and the college football playoffs, the first Texas team to go to the college football playoffs. Through his leadership and expertise, Coach Dykes is furthering the tradition of football excellence in North Texas, and his many accomplishments are indeed deserving of commendation. Coach Dykes is the first head coach in TCU and Big 12 history to start 12-0 in his first season. TCU's 13 wins, including a playoff win in the playoffs, tied a program record, and Coach Dykes has also served as the head coach with Louisiana Tech, California, and SMU. Today on the dais is Coach Sonny Dykes and his wife, Kate. Please join me in welcoming them to the Texas House.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman.
I want to thank Representative Guerin for this resolution. Coach Dykes, thank you for being here. The energy and excitement you brought to Fort Worth and specifically to House District 97 is off the charts. And congrats on a great season. We look forward to many, many more. Thank you, Coach Dykes.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to close on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Objection, chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Goldman moves out. All members named in the resolution. Objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 536 by Morales of Harris, commemorating Mexican Mother's Day on May 10th, 2023.
The chair recognizes Ms. Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. If I could have your attention for just a moment.
Ana Maria.
Many of you, the ladies, have some pins that we left on your desk. I just want to say it's great to honor and recognize Dia de las Madres, or Mexican Mother's Day. This will be my third session to recognize this important day in Mexican American culture. This is the first session where I get it right. My first session, I read the entire resolution. And my second session, I did it on a different day than Mexican Mother's Day. But today is very, very special to me. In an effort to celebrate the rich diversity of our state and to recognize all the mothers of Texas, I want to share with you our Mexican American traditions honoring mothers. This land is our ancestral home, with many of our families going back generations here in Texas. A large portion of our state is Mexican American, and Mexican Americans continue to contribute to communities across our state. Dia de las Madres is a beautiful tradition where we celebrate mothers. We celebrate this on May 10th every year because the 10th of the month was payday, meaning that families could afford to buy something nice for their mothers and their families. This holiday has been celebrated in countries worldwide since the first official Mother's Day in 1922. Today in Mexico, Mother's Day is celebrated with flowers, meals, mariachis, and celebration. Here in the Texas Capitol, we are celebrating Mexican Mother's Day by thanking all the mothers for their sacrifices. So I do want to say, some of you may know I lost my mother 40 years ago. So it's hard to celebrate this day sometimes when you don't have your mother. And I want us to remember the tragedies over the past few weeks. Let us remember those mothers who have lost their lives and the children who have lost probably the most important person in their lives, their mothers. But today we celebrate all the mothers in our lives. Those that raised us, those that nurtured us, those that made us who we are today. We celebrate plant moms, we celebrate dog moms, we celebrate bonus moms. We celebrate those people who identify as moms and the moms who were dads too. Right? It's a day to recognize contributions of strong women, all the strong women have made in our lives, and to thank them for all they have done. Thank you, moms.
Please excuse Mr. Sherman because important business in the district on the motion of Ms. Colliers. Objection, chair is unsorted. Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
Yes, I'd like the previous resolution by Rep. Morales to be reduced to writing, placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Objection, chair is unsorted. The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk read the caption.
H.R. 1277 by Jatan, recognizing the celebration of Selfless Service Day, hosted by BAPS Somatherian Santa on May 10, 2023 at the state capitol.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today I want to recognize a group of distinguished individuals from BAPS who made their way from all across the state to visit their Texas capital. BAPS is a Hindu organization dedicated to peace, harmony, and services to the community. BAPS practitioners worship in Stafford, Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, Lubbock, Corpus Christi, and more locations around the state. Anywhere BAPS group gathers to worship proves to be a great credit to the surrounding community. I'm privileged to recognize them today. House Resolution 1277 officially recognizes the BAPS Selfless Service Day at the Capitol as May 10th, 2023. Thank you to everyone from BAPS for joining us today and for your many acts of service to the community. Y'all have been very instrumental in the Houston area when it came to Hurricane Harvey and after Winter Storm Uri and the many events that happens in the greater Houston area. We're very appreciative of the work and the organization that y'all do to serve the community. And so we have some of y'all in here in the gallery. If you want to stand and be recognized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move adoption.
The chair recognizes Dr. Lalani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would take this opportunity to welcome you all. BAPS, the Seva is very important to you. Seva is service and service of conviction, and that's what you're doing. So welcome. Tamne badaye ne tamara capital ma swagat chhe.
I want that reduced to writing.
The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 1284 by Wu, recognizing May 10th, 2023 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Advocacy Day.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu.
Thank you so much, members. Mr. Speaker, this May is the Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. OCA Greater Houston and many other groups, Awari Gentos, and many other groups are all here today as advocates. Yesterday, we had the general Asian community come up from all over the state, representing all different communities. And today we have their advocates, the advocates from those communities, advocates who work on voter issues, who work on language issues, who work on healthcare issues, who work on many different things that the community needs. And today, I want to be here with this resolution that's already been adopted to celebrate their work, to honor them for the sacrifices that they've made, to just congratulate them on their dedication and hard work to representing a community that is the fastest growing community in the state of Texas. So if you are, I need new glasses. I don't see it. If you're here with the OCA Greater Houston or any other group that's here as Asian advocates, would you stand up? Okay. I was told they were on the count. Thank you all so much. We love you anyways. Thank you so much.
The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 1262 by Noble, honoring the 8th class of Governor William P. Clement Jr. Scholars.
The chair recognizes Ms. Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The members of the 8th and largest class of Governor William P. Clement Jr. Scholars have distinguished themselves through their commitment to public service and public policy. These young men and women are participating in the Clements Legislative Study Program, which is hosted by the Texas Conservative Coalition Research Institute. This exemplary program seeks to train, support, sustain the next generation of leaders and public servants. I'm going to ask them to stand. Oh. Yeah. On behalf of Representative Buckley, Representative Murr, Representative Click, Representative Morrison, Representative Hull, and myself, I want to thank our interns. Olivia Alexander, Morgan Armetta, Sydney Baker, Cameron Castillo, Mika Castro, Mary Grace Davidson, Bailey Halbert, Noah Huerta, Jacqueline Pillow, Zane Prince, Leah Shepard, Trinity Smith, Madeline Tillman, and Romana Vargas these people have been amazing assets to our offices. These scholars are furthering their understanding of civics, government, history, and the knowledge and skills they learned from their time here in the Capitol. Thank you, scholars, for your service to us and to our state. We extend to you sincere best wishes for success in all your future endeavors. Thank you, guys. We're going to go out in the hallway and get a picture. Great.
The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk read the caption.
HCR 98 by Murr, recognizing the 2023 Texas A&M University System Policy Interns.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it is an honor for me to recognize this session's Texas A&M University System legislative interns. 50 students from several member institutions of the A&M University System are providing valuable support to the 88th Texas Legislature while gaining experience in public service as members of the Agricultural and Natural Resources Policy Internship Program, the Public Policy Internship Program, the Bush School of Government and Public Service Capstone Scholars Program, the School of Law Residency Externship Program of Public Policy, and the Tarleton State University Internship Program. As a former Aggie intern myself through one of these valuable programs, I am honored to recognize them for their continued hard work through the 88th regular legislative session. Please rise and let us extend our appreciation to you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By no means am I Aggie, but I am. But I would like to acknowledge my legislative intern, Maggie Willis, who has done a phenomenal job helping Team Rose and leading Team Rose. She is an intern, but I tell you, she's above an intern and has a very bright future ahead of her. So thank you. Congratulations on your graduation this weekend, and thank you for all you've done for District 110.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to also thank and congratulate my Texas A&M intern, who's actually fills the role of legislative assistant in my office, Michelle Mares. Michelle, thank you for all of your hard work this session. Michelle is also from my district, from Grand Prairie, and she is graduating this weekend from Texas A&M University and will be going to graduate school at Texas A&M starting this fall. So we're very proud of everything Michelle has accomplished. She has majored in healthcare public policy, and we look forward to great things from her now and in the future. Thank you, Michelle.
The chair recognizes Ms. Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I could not let this moment pass without recognizing my legislative director, Deborah Willis, who I snagged way before this session started. She graduates this weekend from Texas A&M, and I just want to say thank you, Deborah, for making this session work. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what an honor it's been to have Sarah Dennison in our office this session. She is Michigan to Ohio to College Station, graduate of Texas A&M. What a great asset. Sarah, thanks for all you've done. We appreciate you. Thanks and gig 'em.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank.
My Aggie intern, Blake Albright's actually the best. He let me present his Aggie ring on the floor. Congratulations and thanks. Gig 'em.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 1680.
Members are the motion to object, and the chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1680 by Patterson, celebrating the opening of the PGA of America Complex in Frisco on the occasion of National Golf Day 2023.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, for those of us that love the game of golf, today is National Golf Day. And I'd like to take a second to acknowledge one of the great new additions to House District 106 in the state of Texas. Recently, the PGA of America opened their doors in Frisco, Texas. The multi-million-dollar development will host multiple tournaments, with the first happening this month, the KitchenAid Senior PGA Championship. These events will bring hundreds of thousands of fans from all over the world to Frisco, Texas, Denton County, and House District 106. The state-of-the-art complex will also serve as an education center with advanced coaching and practice facilities for up-and-coming golfers in my district and beyond. I'm so proud to represent Eastern Denton County, which includes the global headquarters for the PGA of America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move adoption.
Mr. Holland, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Patterson, the layout of the opening of your layout said for those of us who love golf. Is it an accurate statement that you love golf?
Yes, for those of us that love the game of golf.
Okay. I've played golf with some of the other members. I've never played golf with you. What is your handicap?
It's a 4.
A 4, okay. Well, I look forward to playing with you in Frisco, and congratulations on helping the PGA come to your district.
Absolutely.
4.
Thank you.
4.
What a guy. I've already moved.
The question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Spiller for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd ask you to join with me in wishing my Chief of Staff, Susanna Feather, a happy birthday. And I heard there's a party at E1 318, so if you get a chance, stop by and tell her happy birthday in person. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales for recognition.
Mr. Speaker, members, today is an extremely special day for me and my family. It is my son Caleb's birthday. Caleb was named by our colleague Debbie Riddle, if you can imagine that. But he was born during this part of session, and it taught me one thing, that I wasn't here to vote on Democrat bills or Republican bills. I was here, if I was going to spend time away from my family, I was here to vote on what was right. So happy birthday, son, and thank you for changing my trajectory in the House.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kane for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today I want to honor my policy analyst in my office, Alexander Chapa of the city of Laredo, on earning his degree in government from the University of Texas at Austin. Congratulations, Alex.
The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today again, it's Wednesday. It's Capitol Commission, Scott Walls, Bible study, prayer, encouragement, and food. Again, same place, 3W9, right behind us on third floor. It's come and go. So just show up, eat. He does the Bible study like 2 or 3 times. It's really short, great fellowship. And if you've never come, please come. Again, it's noon to 2 today. Noon to 2, and go up and eat and fellowship. Thank you.
Members, we're about to go on today's calendar. If you have a bill, please be ready. The chair lays out on third reading SB 490. The clerk read the bill.
SB 490 by Hughes, relating to itemized billing for healthcare services and supplies provided by healthcare providers.
The chair recognizes Ms. Harris of Williamson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Would the representative yield for some questions?
I'd like to finish my layout, but after that, absolutely.
Wonderful.
Happy to.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Members, I want to start by thanking all of you who have worked with me on this bill. This bill has 112 co-authors and joint authors, and many of you in this room have helped me get here, have given me advice on how to move this bill forward, on the language in it, on procedure. Honestly, I would not be up here working on this bill without every member in this body, so I just want to say thank you. And real quickly, I want to just walk through what the bill does. So this bill says that before a patient pays a medical bill, they must be given an itemized statement of charges. And that itemized bill may be delivered electronically. It must include a plain language description of the charges, so they can't call a Kleenex a saline receiver. They've got to call it a Kleenex. It must include all amounts billed to and paid by insurers, again, so that they can check for errors and correct them if there are errors. And then it also must include, again, the amount the provider is requesting from the patient in an itemized manner. I don't know if you're aware, but 6 out of 10 Americans struggle with medical debt. 80% of hospital bills have errors, according to the most recent research. And of that 80%, those are overcharges. And I have constituents who are being sued right now over medical bills as low as $1,000. Many of the members in this room have actually told me stories of how medical billing has taken them years to come through, to get through, to have a conclusion on. So that's what the bill does. This was a priority for my constituents and for me. And again, thank you, members, for allowing me to work on this and helping me get this to this point. And I yield for questions.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Would the representative yield for questions?
Will the representative yield for questions? She yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Harris, and thank you for the detailed explanation of the bill and your intent. So my question is about the amendment yesterday. You said you were adding a perfecting amendment, and it was acceptable to the author, and that's about all I heard, and I didn't get a chance to ask you anything. So can you just walk through what the amendment did?
Absolutely. So because the issues that were brought to me by my constituents and members in this body primarily had to do with hospitals, I worked with Dr. Bonin and Dr. Oliverson, and we came to the conclusion that this really doesn't impact doctors. And so we went ahead and took them out of it. The next change also took out federally qualified healthcare centers, because most of the time the federal government is covering those costs. And so those people may be paying, $20 for their health care at the end of the day. And so those centers have a hard time providing that care anyway. And so we want to make sure that we protected those that are helping the most vulnerable amongst us. And then the last provision on here, it takes out the administrative penalty in the bill, and there was some concern that might cause frivolous lawsuits. And so we went ahead and took that language out and made sure that there's still some disciplinary measure in the bill.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. And I support that amendment based on how you described it and explained it. So is it fair to say that you offered this amendment because the requirement for physicians' offices and FQHCs to be included in the bill did you feel like it was an onerous requirement to pull them in?
No, not necessarily. I think the feeling was you have a lot closer relationship with your doctor than you probably do with the various nurses and doctors and all of the people that are taking care of you in a, let's say, 12-day hospital stay. I mean, I've got my doc on speed dial, and so if I have concerns about any of the medical billing with him, I know I can contact him directly. It's a different story when it comes to hospitals and facilities, and so that was kind of the reason that we made that change.
Okay. And so right now, with the amendment then, I want to make sure I understand. So the original bill applied to doctors, FQHCs, and hospitals.
It applied to all providers.
All healthcare providers. Anytime you get a medical bill.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And now the bill as amended applies only to hospitals?
Say again? The language is facilities.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The language is facilities in the bill, so that would include hospitals.
Okay, so it includes all healthcare facilities, but not doctors' offices. I assume a private practitioner. I mean, is that how that's defined?
Yes,
Or
and I'll just go back to
professional practice, including a physician. I guess
Yes.
that's the word in your memo. Okay.
Yeah, and I'll just go back.
FQHCs.
Oh, keep going. Sorry.
And FQHCs are now
Yes.
out of the bill. Okay.
Yeah, and I'll just go back to number one with the doctors. Our concern was just making sure that, these medical errors can be checked. And again, it's a lot easier to either go to your doctor's office, talk to the nurse that helped you, or talk to your doctor directly if there's an error. And then with the FQHCs, again, this is the federal government taking care of, some of the poorest amongst us. And again, that medical care may amount to $20 in some cases, but those folks are not really on the hook for as much as you probably would be if you were getting care from a healthcare facility.
Okay, thank you. And is it, when they have to provide the itemized bill, at what point does that occur? Is that when the patient is discharged from the hospital, or do they have some period of time to then send that itemized bill?
They do have a period of time. The bill says that before someone is sent to collections, they have to receive that itemized bill. So that can be after insurance has already kicked in, the facility and insurance have figured everything out, and then it's the final payment that goes to the patient. And so before they send the patient to collections to collect on that bill, that's when they would have to provide the itemized. So anytime up until they send the person to collections.
Okay, so at any point before a bill goes to collections, that's when the itemization has to be provided, but not before a patient's bill goes to collections.
No, and we also put language in here that just really clarifies that this is after your care. So there are people that will bundle their services up front, for example, and they'll just pay a lump sum of $15,000 and then go get all the services done. This would not apply to them. This is only applying to folks who have already had their medical care done and they still have some sort of bill to pay to a facility.
Okay. Thank you for answering my questions, Representative Harris. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
I'd move that the dialogue between Representative Harris and myself be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 490. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 136 ayes, 6 nays, SB 490 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 622. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 622 by Parker relating to the disclosure of certain prescription drug information by a health benefit plan.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that provides for more transparency for insurance coverage for prescription drug cost. I would move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 622. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 133 ayes, 7 nays, SB 622 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 602. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 602 by Birdwell relating to the law enforcement authority of federal border patrol agents.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we heard yesterday. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 602. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 99 ayes, 43 nays, SB 602 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 1403. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1403 by Parker relating to an interstate compact for border security, including building a border wall and sharing state intelligence and resources.
The chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill authorizes an interstate compact for Texas to share intelligence, resources, and funding with other states. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1403. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 95 ayes, 49 nays, SB 1403 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1585. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1585 by Guerin, relating to matters affecting the powers and duties of the Texas Ethics Commission.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill we laid out yesterday, but there is a third reading amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
We had the same deal with our hospital.
Good job. Come on, Cody. Amendment by Guerin.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment clarifies on the mass email communications what is and what is not political advertising. I move adoption.
Mr. Guerin sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Lozano, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, were Charlie's Angels yield? That's good.
The Angels have not been recognized, Mr. Lozano. The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to close on the bill.
I move passage, Mr. Speaker.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1585. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerin voting aye. Have all voted? There being 131 ayes, 14 nays, HB 1585 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 800. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 800 by Guillen, relating to the punishment for certain criminal conduct involving the smuggling of persons or the operation of a stash house, increasing criminal penalties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 800 escalates punishments for human smugglers and move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 800. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 94 ayes, 52 nays, HB 800 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 7. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 7 by Guillen, relating to border protection and economic development services, programs, and other measures, including establishing educational programs in the Border Protection Unit in this state to address the effects of ongoing disasters, including disasters caused by transnational and other criminal activity and public health threats.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, through a variety of programs, HB 7 will assist the judicial system, law enforcement, public services, and health and safety, property owners, educational institutions, businesses, and communities in the border region who find themselves bearing the brunt of the current situation on the border. I think there's some amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wally.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to lay out these two amendments, the first of my two amendments. And as we debated the bill last night, you had several amendments that were added, long amendments. And one of the issues will be that in this amendment, it would prohibit 10-year-olds or older. It would prohibit the detention of children under the age of 10. And so currently under our Texas Juvenile Justice Code, that Juvenile Justice Code is actually not in the criminal code or penal code, it's actually in the family code. And what we don't want to happen as this bill is implemented is that we detain children. We know that the detention of children, and actually children from 10 to 17 are the ones that actually could be charged. And so what this amendment would do is that it will prohibit the detention of 10-year-olds. Let me repeat that, members. The detention of babies, 10 and under, from being detained once this operation, once this unit is up and running. And so we know that when you detain young people through no fault of their own, younger than 10, that is a very traumatic experience for that family, but particularly for that child. And so with this amendment, what we want to do...
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Wally, the amendment that we have in front of us is going to prohibit, under the bill, why would we need a provision like this? What's the provision that's implicated here?
Well, the provision is really, it's kind of disturbing, Chair Moody, is what we want to prevent is the construction of jails for children, baby jails.
Because in the bill, there's grants to build facilities, right?
That is correct. And so it does allow for a lot of grants, a lot of infrastructure to be built, economic development. It's very broad what could be spent, the dollars, these state dollars that can be spent with this new HB 7, but also even further, the construction of detention facilities that could hold 10-year-olds.
Because currently, statistically, the individuals that are being detained under the program now are adult males, right? And we have facilities to be able to address that population.
That's correct. As I understand in speaking to folks is the folks that are being detained currently are mostly males, and that's been the prerogative of this state to do that. What we don't want to do, Mr. Speaker, can I get an order, please?
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Look, this is a very serious matter, and one of the things that really concerns me is you have children. You have 3 beautiful children, Representative Moody. I have 2 boys, young, one that's 9, one that's 12. I don't think this body wants to get in the business of building and constructing baby jails. I don't think this body wants to do that. I know this body doesn't want to do that. And so in my conversations with folks, I think that this is the right policy. As what we're going to do in a few minutes in passing this bill, unfortunately, we want to be able to prevent this state from getting in the business of constructing baby jails.
Because the bill as it stands now reads all persons regardless of age or gender.
That's correct.
So that's, all ages. You're full gambit. What your amendment does is narrows that, and you said you've got to be essentially 10 or older, right? Well, we're just going to carve out all those kiddos under 10.
That's correct.
And we're not going to permit the use of these funds to build facilities to incarcerate and hold children under 10 years old. That's what your amendment does.
That's plainly what the amendment does.
Okay. Thank you.
And I believe, I just got to note that it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Wally sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all voted. There being 109 ayes, 20 nays, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wally.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the amendment.
I didn't call for a record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is as the night went on and folks were paying attention or not paying attention, I just want to make sure that as we go through the process that when this border protection unit is implemented, and I'm not going to debate the merits, those along, and I respect those folks, my colleagues that live along the border. This amendment, just plainly, this amendment strikes personnel because in the bill, as it's drafted, this border protection unit can hire anybody, any personnel. That's a little vague in my view. And so what I want to do in this amendment is strike where it says personnel and actually place in that stricken word commissioned officers, so that folks that are actually trained, law enforcement officers that are actually trained, if we're going to go down this route and build this unit up, that the folks that are working in law enforcement, if they actually have law enforcement training. So at minimum, every law enforcement officer in this state, and we appreciate the work that they do, they protect and serve our community. Representative Frazier, there's a lot of folks on this floor that respect the work that our police officers do. What we want to do is make sure that these folks are actually commissioned officers, because those commissioned officers have to have a certain minimum standards of academic training, physical and mental health training, or counseling, but also firearms training, constitutional law training, because once you start interacting, these officers or personnel start interacting with the public, you want to make sure that these officers or these personnel are actually commissioned officers by the state of Texas, so that we don't have any problems going down the road as this border protection unit is implemented. And I move adoption.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
Yield for questions.
I do.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Wiley, I know you mentioned that some people listening to the debate last night, some people weren't, but what I heard during the debate was we wanted to ensure that there was a certain level of professionalism, certain level of professionalism, certain level of training, certain level of expertise. And those are the people that we want, if we're going to have this, and I think you would agree with me, if we're going to have this, do we not want the most trained, the most professional, the most experienced individuals implementing this program?
That's correct.
And why do you think that's important?
Well, I think it's important that you actually have folks that are trained to do law enforcement activities. Somebody that's just, in the bill, it mentions personnel. Personnel is not defined, as I read the bill, is not defined. And so what you want to do is make sure that you have some basic minimum standard on how to interact with the public. And these law enforcement agents throughout the state have that basic minimum standard, so that we don't violate folks' constitutional rights, but you also don't violate folks' human rights. Because what's going on at the border is it's a humanitarian catastrophe, right? Because you have folks that are coming, being pushed out of their countries of origin, because their own governments cannot provide the educational, the healthcare, the economic, the violence is going right now within these countries that are pushing these folks out. And the reality is they are at our border. That's just a fact. They are at our border. But what we don't want to do is create a situation where we compound the crisis at the border by hiring folks that don't have any training whatsoever.
Well, you know as well as I do, even in the best case scenario where you have training, you have expertise, you have all those bells and whistles, you're still going to land yourself in positions where, look, people make mistakes. People do things in the heat of the moment. Mistakes happen. Rights are violated. So even in the best of circumstances, you can land yourself in a place of litigation where rights have been potentially violated. And that's today, even with folks that are commissioned and go through the process. But if we lower that bar, which is the way it is, the bill is as it came to the floor today, without your amendment, I think you're going to walk ourselves into an even larger category of opportunity for some of these, more bad outcomes for folks, and honestly, more litigation related to violations of rights. I mean, you would agree with me, right?
I would agree with you, yes, sir.
And have you discussed with the author if he's going to accept this amendment?
As I just read his lips, it's acceptable to the author.
Well, fantastic. I'm glad you were paying attention last night and drafted this amendment.
Mr. Wally sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears. Division vote. Vote aye, vote nay. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Division vote. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tinderholt.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, last night's amendment made it so that county commissioners in border counties would have to approve the Border Protection Unit to operate in that area. I don't think it's smart. We just passed a preemption bill recently. Last night we added an important provision to the legislation about the Border Protection Unit. Unfortunately, part of that amendment restricts these new DPS officers' activities unnecessarily and restricts their ability to secure our border and
Mr.
state.
Speaker,
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for
I
questions?
will as soon as I finish my next paragraph, sir.
Not at this time.
Their ability to secure our border and state to what the county commissioners are okay with. Members, we don't need to restrict law enforcement's ability to secure our border to what local governments approve or disapprove. We need to be giving DPS and Border Protection Unit the tools they need to do the job. I move adoption and I ask for a record vote.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for
Will the
questions?
gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir, I will.
So, just so I understand, the purpose of the amendment is to strike the provision that would permit our the county commissioners court from, inviting the newly created border BPU to their jurisdiction to coordinate with them?
So not so much coordinate, to approve or disapprove on whether they operate. We just passed a pre-exemption bill a couple weeks ago. I'm afraid that in some of these counties, they'll say that they don't want the Border Protection Unit there, but the people of the United States of America and of Texas deserve a quality Border Protection Unit.
Do you think law enforcement that comes into an environment where they're not working collaboratively with local officials and other local county commissioners oversee the sheriff's department in every one of their county, do they not?
They do.
Do you think it is wise, or do you think it is fruitful to have law enforcement coming into a community that is not coordinating and collaborating with local officials?
I think they'll still coordinate, and I think they'll still collaborate. But the problem is going to be when we have a county commissioner.
So forcing the local government at the law enforcement level to, it doesn't sound very collaborative to me. Collaboration is usually coordinating. In fact, this bill, whether, wherever people stand on it, seems to be pushing an effort to make sure that courts, prosecutors, law enforcement at all levels are working together. You're familiar with the idea of fusion centers and things like that, right?
I am, but what you're implying is that if I remove this, that no collaboration takes place. I think it still does. The provision exists to try to exempt them and stop them from certain counties. There's no other reason that would exist.
Wouldn't you agree with me? What the bill builds in by asking our local elected officials to openly engage in this conversation is finding a space for all of the folks to come together and have that conversation in a public dialogue. I think it's important. I think it's important for the public back home to be involved in that dialogue. And as a new law enforcement entity, as someone from a community that has a bazillion law enforcement organizations working in my backyard, and by the way, they work very well together. They coordinate, they meet on regular basis.
And they do that without the Commissioner's Court having to approve it.
The Commissioner's Court is very well involved in all of
But they don't have to approve
and they
or disapprove.
designate folks to go be their liaison for these purposes. Not including them in that decision-making process is hostile.
I
put it to you,
disagree.
it is a hostile effort. And when you're trying to promote don't you think the better way to promote collaboration is to bring people to the table and not say, we're just going to cut your seat out of the table, whether you want it or not, whether you want to talk about it or not, we're going to be here. How effective do you think that'll be?
So currently, DPS doesn't have to get permission from the Commissioner's Court to be where they're at, nor does the National Guard, and they're collaborative and they're working. The only reason I believe this provision exists is to stop them from operating in that county. There's no other reason for it because they will be collaborative. They are right now. DPS is. This new unit
How
will
much
be.
of a collaborative environment do you think you're creating when the bill as is creates an avenue by which public participation at the local level can be involved, and you remove that?
See, I think currently,
don't you think the message to folks back home, at least in my community, will be, we don't want you involved in this process?
No, I think they're going to think it's exactly like it currently is. DPS is operating
It's
in
not
our
exactly
backyard.
how it currently is because it's a brand new unit of law enforcement. So I do disagree with them, but this is a very different effort. And if it wasn't a very different effort, it wouldn't be necessary. And so for communities like mine, who, by the way, regardless what some people may think, have a vested interest in a secure and functional border and want to be a productive partner in that conversation. I mean, do you think that a county like El Paso doesn't want a secure border?
I think there are some counties that either do or will
Well, I'm asking
subvert.
specifically. I care about El Paso County. Do you think my county doesn't want a secure border?
I don't know, and that's not what this is about. This is about now
Well,
or
you're
in
talking
the future.
about
Can you
taking
ask me a
local
question?
authority
May I answer
away.
the question?
Do you
I
think my county
now or
commit-
in the future there will be county commissioners and county courts that want to
Do you
stop
think-
it?
Do you
And
think? Do you or do you not think that my county has a vested interest in a safe and secure border where legal trade can traverse, where people can traverse safely and legally as well?
Your county may be doing great, but what about the county that's not yours that does not want these units operating in
Which
there?
county is that?
I'm saying now or in the future.
Well, which county is that?
I just answered your question. What more do you want?
Which county is hostile to this right now?
I'm saying there could be in the future, and I think this is important. Right now, DPS does not have to coordinate. It's silly that you're thinking that removing this is going to make no collaboration. They collaborate. They have fusion centers, just like you said. They're going to use
We've got
all
one.
the same tools that they
And we
currently
do
use.
we do these things in a collaborative way. The nature of this amendment is to send a message to communities like mine that we do not care about your opinion. We do not care about public input and participation in this process with a new unit being stood up in our jurisdictions. And if we're going to do this, we should do it in a way that brings everybody to the table in the most amicable way possible. And so the only way I can read your amendment is we want them to know we don't care what they think. We're going to do this anyway.
And I'll tell you that I'm sorry that you read it that way. My intent of the amendment is to ensure that no county says no to a border protection unit going to the border to enforce border protection for Texans, period.
And I understand your intent. I have no other way to read this than as cutting out public participation for a community like mine. Appreciate you bringing it, but I think the better way to do things, particularly with law enforcement, is to invite and integrate things in a collaborative measure where the more people that participate, the better. You've heard of the term community policing?
I have.
Right? And the theory behind community policing is when you have a great, healthy relationship between the law enforcement and the community they come from and they serve. And this is a new unit being stood up that has never been stood up before. And the opportunity for the public to participate, I can wait for you to finish.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
The opportunity for the public to participate and be engaged and involved in it was built into the bill through the provision as it came to the floor today. And so, as someone who has seen, by the way, one of the safest communities in the country of its size, year after year after year, the city that I'm from, despite all of the rhetoric about my community, it is one of the safest in this nation of its size every year, year in and year out. That is because there is a healthy and good relationship between the law enforcement and the public that they serve. So I see this component of House Bill 7 as a key component of preserving that and not being hostile to it. In what way would you disagree with having a collaborative measure for our local government to be involved in this?
I'll state it simply, kind of what I said last night. We had people in politics that wanted to defund the police. And right now at the border, there's some people doing some amazing things.
I'm not here for
Let me finish.
catchphrases.
Let me finish.
Tell me what's going on for real.
There's amazing things happening at the border, but I'll tell you, as a nation, we're failing miserably. And what I'm saying through this amendment is no county can say no to a border protection unit to protect Texans and Americans. There's nothing else to imply from my amendment other than that if there's a county that it decides they don't want this unit there, I'm saying that we're coming and we're going to protect your community. And if you're
and we don't care what you think about it.
Well, hold on. If you're an elected official that says you don't want it, you don't want to protect your community, we're going to protect it anyway.
Yeah, I think I understand your point. I'm trying to be respectful. To say that a community like mine doesn't care about safety and security, or somehow would thumb their nose at safety and security, it is a reality that we live every day. And the border and immigration, the situation with border and immigration in our community is very complicated. And it's not a black and white issue. It's not just about stacking troops up on the border.
The gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Guerra on the amendment. Mr. Guillen on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to leave this up to the will of the House. What this does is it eliminates the ability of the counties to approve or disapprove the presence of the BPU. I'm going to leave it up to the will of the House. Thank you.
The question occurs on the adoption of the. The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you want border protection units to be able to operate without a local elected officials approving, I would request that you vote with me. Do you have questions?
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Harrison.
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Mr. Tinderholt, is the purpose of the Border Protection Unit to protect the entire southern border of the state of Texas or only part of it?
The entire Texas border.
Without your amendment, is there any way that we can know if HB 7 passed that the entire southern border would be protected?
Absolutely not.
If without your amendment, does HB 7 actually disempower the authority of the state of Texas and subjugate it to local elected officials for the purposes of securing this border?
It absolutely does.
Without your amendment, is the entire point of the Border Protection Unit effectively gutted?
Pretty much. It allows local elected officials
This
that
is a
might
great
be liberal.
amendment. If you support securing the border, vote yes on this amendment. Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 82 ayes, 63 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bernal.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would like everyone's attention because this amendment actually would affect all of you. What the amendment does is it says that the BPU officers cannot use their private vehicles, their own vehicles, for a traffic stop. And let me tell you why that's important. I already know that most of you carry. Most of you carry, and there's a guarantee that most of you carry in your cars. So imagine any one of you, me, thank you, goes to the valley where my family's from when I was born, and all of a sudden some unmarked 4x4, some unmarked car, a Prius, attempts to pull you over. You don't know who they are, you don't know what they want, and you think you and your family's lives are in danger. You're probably going to do something about that. And that's a recipe for disaster. That could happen now. Without this amendment, without some guardrails, if we allow these officers to use their private vehicles, the same thing could happen. And we wouldn't be accomplishing the goal that we want. So all this amendment says is they cannot use their private vehicles for traffic stops. It is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Mr. Bernal sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Does any member wish to speak on, for, or against the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Morales, for what purpose?
I have some questions for the bill author.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you so much, Chairman Guillen. I just have a couple of questions. I wanted to know, how would a crime be designated as border related? What are the specific offenses?
Let's see. I think you're referencing the border-related crimes that would be dealt with the OCA and the court system, or what are you referencing?
Yes, with the court system.
Yeah. Yeah, the border-related crimes would be anything dealing with drugs, human trafficking, and those types of things.
Okay, so if so, how would a case be identified as including an operative or transitional cartel? Would that criteria alone be enough?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
So, would a case be identified as including an operative of a transnational cartel, sorry.
I'm not following the question.
Okay, let me go on to another question. Is that in here? Okay. 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 What definition of transnational cartel member does this bill follow? How about that?
I'm not sure we have a definition in the bill. I think it might already be in statute.
Okay, I have another question because we're approaching Mother's Day. Today's Mexican Mother's Day. But what about people living with someone who may be tied to a gang? Is someone's grandmother at risk of committing a border-related offense because their grandchild may be involved with a criminal activity?
Right, I think you're referencing something that we already have in statute that exempts anybody from those types of crimes that is within 2 degrees of consanguinity.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
The gentleman would yield for some questions.
Will the gentleman
Yes.
yield for questions? Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman. So what I'd like to talk to you about is the money part.
Right.
You and I have had many discussions over this session, and so the body knows, and so what we're talking about is, for instance, in Hidalgo County, where I'm from, we're housing 500 inmates that are border Lone Star, Operation Lone Star related, and since the inception of border security, my county's had to open 3 additional county court at laws. They've had to open 3 additional district courts, and the Office of Court Administration says we're short. So we have roughly calculated, but to some degree of accuracy, that Hidalgo County has an unfunded mandate, my county, of approximately $17 million a year. I'll repeat that because if anybody in here's county has an unfunded mandate of $17 million a year, you'd probably be up here complaining. And so I'm not complaining. What I'd like to know is, with your grant programs and the money that's supposed to be allocated, do we have any idea what the funding is going to look like for counties like mine that have a $17 million unfunded mandate?
Yeah, so you'd have to ask the Appropriations Committee about that. But what we are doing in the bill is trying to address those problems. The amount of money would be a question for the Appropriations Committee.
Have you had any discussions with the Appropriations Committee?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And do you have any idea what the concept or what it is they're looking at with respect to counties such as mine?
That's a question again for them.
So one of the things, I know that there was much of HB 20 and elements of it were amended. Was the third-degree felony amended onto your bill for trespass?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that right now the legislation that was passed out of this House with respect to trespass, I think last session or the session before last, that in Hidalgo County we can't even house those people?
No. So what we do have in this bill is we're trying to address those things. We have a border region court grant program and we also are directing OCA to study and report border-related crime and to ID the problem areas and to try to interject and address them through this program. And we also have a criminal justice facilities fund to fund construction and maintenance of criminal justice facilities to, again, try to address what you're talking about.
And I appreciate your hard work, and I know that you've done your best. And one of the things that also concerns me that I think the body should recognize is that with the increased presence of law enforcement, some of the arrests have nothing to do. In fact, the large part of the arrests from the Department of Public Safety in my region have nothing to do with border security crime, which I'm all right with. I love the presence of DPS in my hometown. I love the fact that they're patrolling, they're keeping the place safe. But we've got a 40% increase. The last numbers, I think that was 6-7 years ago, in DWIs. And so those are not border-related crimes as it pertains to your bill. Those are the kind of crimes, because of increased law enforcement's presence, that I'm asking, is there anything in your grant funding formulas or potential that we may get from appropriations that covers the offenses that are not border-related crimes but are incidental to the increased law enforcement presence that Operation Lone Star and the border security effort creates?
I understand what you're pointing out, and I think the answer is no. But I do agree with you that there's some unrelated increases in expenditures, and so indirectly, I think we have that in 7, and that we're trying to study the issue. We're having them study the issue. What have been the increases in their dockets as a result of these things, and we're trying to address those here.
So you think as part of your bill that portions of your bill are to study things that are incidental but not necessarily related to border-related crimes?
Yes.
Okay, and so and when is the result of that study supposed to come back to us?
I believe in the next session of before the next session of the legislature.
I hope that you would agree to work with me when we get the results of that study and they show the increased arrests that are unrelated to border security but are a direct relation or directly correlative to the increased law enforcement's presence to help me fund the unfunded mandate. My sheriff says I've got 500 inmates that are related to border security, but not border security related crimes. And when you put that together, that's around a $10 to $11 million cost annually. In fact, we just leased a jail, and so in Willacy County, completely outside our facility for $10 million a year. And so those are the things that I'm concerned about, and I ask you if you'll work with me next session after we get the results.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your responses, Chairman. Thank you for your efforts.
The gentleman's time has expired. Members, an amendment was overlooked. Without objection, we're going to lay the amendment out now. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Morales Shaw.
The chair recognizes Mr. Morales Shaw to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. This amendment simply ensures that persons convicted of a crime of violence against another person or dishonorably discharged persons are excluded from participating in this new state militia. Thank you.
Ms. Morales Shaw sends up an amendment. The amendment is accepted to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The question occurs on final passage of HB 7. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 88 ayes, 56 nays, HB 7 is finally passed.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Niave-Criado, for what purpose?
I move that all the remarks on House Bill 7 from today and yesterday, as well as all the remarks on House Bill 20, be entered into the journal, be reduced to writing and entered into the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Lozano for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Urban Affairs to meet while the House is in session today at 3:30 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Urban Affairs will meet today at 3:30 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Chair lays out on third reading HB 2965. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2965 by Vasuit relating to certain construction liability claims concerning public buildings and public works.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vasuit to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in the 86th legislature, legislation was put in place to require a governmental entity to provide a contractor with the opportunity to inspect and then repair a construction defect in certain circumstances. Some local government entities have been circumventing this law by forcing contractors to waive the provisions of that bill, either before filing a bid or after the contracts have been awarded. This legislation is amended yesterday, and I appreciate Representative Gervin Hawkins joining me on this, simply prohibits the waiver of those protections. Move passage.
The question occurs on the final passage of HB 2965. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vasuit voting aye. Show Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Have all voted? There being 132 ayes, 10 nays, HB 2965 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2960. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2960 by Kane relating to the locations in which carrying certain weapons is prohibited and the applicability of a defense to prosecution for an offense related to carrying a handgun in certain prohibited locations and associated notice requirements.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this started out as a good bill. It became an even better bill yesterday by that amendment. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 2960. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kane voting aye. Have all voted? There being 90 ayes, 53 nays, HB 2960 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2044. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2044 by Bowers relating to depression screenings for certain women in county jail or in the custody of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
The chair recognizes Ms. Bowers to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 2044 is the bill we passed yesterday that will grant perinatal depression screenings for all pregnant women in county jails or in the custody of TDCJ. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 2044. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Show Mr. Rosenthal voting aye. Have all voted? There being 80 ayes, 65 nays, HB 2044 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4918. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4918 by Rosenthal relating to the processing, manufacture, and sale of hemp products for smoking.
Chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Once again, I want to make this absolutely clear. It's legal to grow and sell smokable hemp products in Texas. This bill would simply allow our own manufacturers, our own sellers and producers to operate in Texas without the disadvantage We have put up a barrier that allows out-of-state producers an advantage over our in-state producers. I move passage to...
Question occurs on final passage of HB 4918. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Rosenthal voting aye. Have all voted? There being 69 ayes, 75 nays. The bill fails to pass. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4362. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4362 by A. Johnson of Harris relating to the eligibility of certain criminal defendants for an order of non-disclosure of criminal history record information.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the bill that we passed yesterday with regard to petitions for non-disclosure, which are court-approved for those people who have non-violent offenses. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 4362. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Johnson of Ms. Johnson of Harris voting aye. Have all voted? There being 90 ayes, 53 nays, HB 4362 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2181. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2181 by Rose relating to the administration by the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs of a homeless housing and services program for youth and young adults.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rose to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. As we discussed yesterday, it is finally time for us to start protecting our homeless youth here in Texas. And so HB 2181 directs the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs to administer a youth and young adult homeless housing and service grant program. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 2181. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Rose voting aye. Have all voted? There being 83 ayes, 59 nays, HB 2181 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1775. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1775 by Thompson and Brazoria relating to the oversight and election of board members for certain emergency services districts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Thompson of Brazoria to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that does the ESD accountability and transparency bill. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 1775. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Garcia voting aye. Have all voted? There being 120 ayes, 23 nays, HB 1775 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2541. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2541 by Garcia relating to policies and procedures regarding children placed by the Department of Family and Protective Services in a residential treatment center or program.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 2541 would standardize best practices for court-appointed guardians and attorneys of foster children placed in residential treatment. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 2541. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Garcia voting aye. Have all voted? There being 106 ayes, 22 nays, HB 2541 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 3782. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3782 by Guillen relating to establishing the Border Security Advisory Council and the Border Protection Task Force.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this establishes
Mr.
the Border
Speaker.
Security...
Ms. Niavi-Corrado, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. Can you let us know who is on the council?
All right. We've got the it's led by the Lieutenant Governor and the Speaker. Then we have 4 senators, 4 state reps, and then the non-voting members are the executive heads of the Department of Public Safety, Texas Military Department, Texas Division of Emergency Management, Parks and Wildlife Department, Texas Department of Criminal Justice, Office of Court Administration, and a representative of a border county, a sheriff of a border region, a representative of a border region municipality, a border region police chief, a representative of the border region business community, and other non-voting members determined by the governor.
Okay. And what are the duties of this council?
conduct an in-depth examination of border security initiatives and programs in the state that includes an assessment of cost effectiveness, an identification of critical border safety problems, a determination of the state's long-range border safety needs, and to advise the legislature and the governor's office on ways to solve border safety issues, to prioritize long-term needs, to coordinate efforts among local and state agencies, to streamline decision-making, increase transparency, and to make legislative recommendations.
And apart from that, are there any other roles that the council plays in coordinating with the governor?
I think I mentioned them all.
And what state agencies are in the bill?
You mean the department heads of those state agencies?
Or which state agencies?
DPS, TMD, TDEM, TPWD, Texas Department of Criminal Justice, Office of Court Administration.
Thank you.
Members, this establishes a Border Security Advisory Council and Task Force, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3782. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Ms. Lopez voting aye. Show Ms. Bowers voting nay. Have all voted? There being 93 ayes, 52 nays, HB 3782 is finally passed. Ms. Niave Criado, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the remarks on House Bill 3782 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair is out on third reading, HB 2401. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2401 by Alverson, relating to the repeal of certain contracting requirements under the Medicaid managed care delivery model.
Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute to House Bill number 2401 because the bill's caption violates House Rule 8, Section 1A, because it's overly broad and obscures the true subject of the bill.
Mr. Bryant, please bring your point of order down front.
The point of order has been withdrawn. Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 2401 on the basis that it violates House Rule 8, Section 1A, because it's overly broad and obscures the true subject of the bill.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, before I get into the specifics of House Bill 2401, I want to provide some background information to make sure this body understands what is currently happening with Medicaid contracts. HHSC is required by statute to give a Medicaid contract to certain managed care companies, even if HHSC believes the managed care company is not qualified to take care of the designated population. Members, we are talking about our most vulnerable Texans and our most expensive state contracts. Who are these mandatory contracts given to? They are given to managed care companies owned by a hospital in a hospital district that currently includes El Paso County, Harris County, Bexar County, Dallas County, and up until they went bankrupt, Travis County. Although I would point out that Sendero, located in Travis County, even though they are bankrupt, under current law, is still eligible to submit an RFP for a contract, and if they did, HHSC would be bound and required to give them a contract. All other plans in Texas have to compete for the remaining contracts. That includes many of the plans in your districts, members. Plans like Texas Children's Hospital, Baylor Scott and White, Dell Children's, Driscoll of Nueces County, and Cook Children's of Tarrant. They get the leftovers. In 2019, the managed care company owned and operated by the Harris County Hospital District, which is run by Harris County Commissioner's Court, was not awarded a contract in Medicaid because HHSC did not believe they could successfully manage the population. And I quote, CHC ranked last out of 10 proposals submitted for Harris service area. HHSC determined that CHC did not provide the best value for the agency. Based on CHC's evaluation scores, oral presentation, HHSC determined that other respondents would be better able to fulfill the long-term obligations of providing acute and long-term care recipients or care services to Medicaid recipients in Houston area and Jefferson County service area who are blind, disabled, and older than 65. CHC's bid proposal and oral presentation failed to meet Section 533.004B's requirement of demonstrable performance. However, Community Health Choice of Harris County sued over this determination and argued that the court that it did not matter how they performed in the procurement process. They insisted that HHSC must offer them a Medicaid contract due to the mandatory statute that I mentioned a moment ago, which, members, is the only subject of this bill. Commissioner Young said in her appeal of the decision, this deprives the commissioner not only of the discretion, but the duty entrusted to her by the legislature necessary to protect the health and welfare of disabled and senior Texas citizens from unqualified and incompetent MCOs. And those are her words, by the way, not mine. As evident from the plain text of the statute, this was ultimately not the legislature's intent. However, ultimately, the court sided with Community Health Choice of Harris County against the state of Texas, citing this very mandatory statute that we seek to repeal today. This decision meant that moving forward, as long as this statute remains on the books, the state must contract with the 4 mandatory plans, regardless of how poorly they perform or how low they score in a procurement process. So, committee substitute of House Bill 2401 repeals the statutory requirement that HHSC award mandatory contracts in Medicaid so that everyone competes on a level playing field, and it instructs HHSC to award contracts that have not yet reached the operational start date according to the scores achieved during a normal procurement process that complied with state law before the court ruling. By doing this, we are ensuring that only the most qualified managed care plans are serving our most vulnerable populations. Members, I'm going to say one other thing, and then I'm happy to take questions. And that is, well, actually, I'm going to say 2 things. Number one, this bill does not require or does not repeal the requirement. If you look at the first page of the bill, it still states that HHSC must consider, not and shall consider, preference for organizations that are based in a community organizations that provide indigent care that are affiliated with local provider groups. So all of the things that folks are worried about suddenly not having a care program in their community, or the hospital in my community might be in jeopardy if I'm one of these four things. HHSC is still required, even if this bill passes, under statute, to consider all of those factors in their decision to make an award. So none of that changes. The second thing I want to point out is with respect to some of the contracts that are in process right now. There are legitimate concerns that we heard in committee, in Chairman Frank's committee, that were brought by disability rights advocates who are deeply troubled by the current procurement process and the fact that they are worried that their stakeholders, that disabled Texans, older Texans with disabilities, may be relegated to a health plan that HHSC has determined is not capable of performing the duties required of the health plan in order to execute this contract. And I would submit to you that if you look at the witness list, there was not a single disability rights group that testified against this bill. Rather, they are all for this bill because they are truly scared about the future of their health care, and they are crying out to you today to take a step to protect them. And with that, I'm happy to yield to my colleague.
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for purpose.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for
The gentleman yield for
questions?
questions.
Of course.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Oliverson. I appreciate it. I know things were really busy last night and fast, and I intended to ask you these questions yesterday, so thank you for yielding. I'm just concerned the University Health System, healthcare providers that I represent in Bexar County, particularly they provide the service for Bexar County, but in specific, they are also located in the district that I represent. And there's some extreme concern about existing procurements that have already made it through a process and they're awaiting final signatures. And so there seems to be an element of retroactivity. And that's where my concern is coming from. And I'm sure you have not heard that for the first time.
Sure.
Can you give me an answer or your perspective on how this is not retroactive? Because it seems to me that it is.
Yes, no, I appreciate your question, and I think that bears explanation. And so we've defined retroactivity as operational start date. And that is the operative term, no pun intended, in this bill, that essentially if a contract has already moved forward and people are enrolled and care is being delivered, then we believe that should not be disrupted. We do not want to do anything to disrupt care that is ongoing or networks that are already in place in order to provide that care to Texans who rely on the Medicaid managed care system for their health care. That being said, as you may be aware, there is one standard procurement process for HHSC that applies regardless of which program you're going through. And until such time as that you have achieved operational start date, that contract has not gone forward into the operational phase. So it is still in that award phase. So the change I think you're talking about and the nuance here is that there are certain contracts, the one that I mentioned, for example, that although they haven't gone into full operational status yet, there have been tentative contracts where they said, you're in, you're out, you're out, you're out.
Right.
And what we're saying is that had it not been for this statute right here, HHSC takes everybody's contract that applies and they go through a very comprehensive written and oral examination of the applicants to rank them in an attempt to provide the best level of managed care for Texans. And so you have a ranking already, right?
Yes,
and so from first to last, just like we run a race, right? Somebody finishes first, somebody finishes last. And so all this would say is essentially we want to use those rankings. We don't want to artificially put our thumb on the scale.
And here's my concern. I mean, you've hit the nail on the head about the continuity of care and the continuum of care. You have providers that have gone from the procurement process to where signatures have been executed and we're just waiting on operating. And under this bill, if it passes, they did everything they were supposed to do. They just have not started. And if they don't start by September 1, rather than being able to go forward, they have to come all the way back And maybe that's fair on a procurement, from a procurement perspective. What happens to the care, like in the STAR Plus program for elderly and disabled? It seems to me that if you've gone through the process and the law changes while you're in the process, the law can change in a forward sense, but it should not impact those, in this instance, I believe 2 contracts that have gone through the process are just waiting to get final signatures so that they can operate. I mean, and can't we accomplish that in this piece of legislation?
Well, Representative, I think the issue is twofold. Number one, what we're talking about here, but it's an important difference, and so I'm glad we're discussing this, is I think there's a bright line between contracts that are operational and contracts that are not yet operational. If a contract is not yet operational and those lives are not currently being covered and that care is not currently being delivered, I believe it's a decision for the body, but I believe we have a responsibility to make sure that those contracts, when they get fully executed and they're operational, that the level of care that's being provided is the best care that can be provided. Now, you mentioned the STAR Plus. Those are the groups that are crying out to us right now that they're unhappy and they're concerned and they're worried about the future of their health care, not because HHSC did anything out of the ordinary in terms of ranking. They ranked these applications from first to last in terms of highest quality to lowest quality. But then after the fact, retroactively, they changed the scale because of this one piece of legislation. It's one piece of law that basically tells HHSC you have to go against your better judgment and you have to do this one thing even though it may harm people in Texas. And so that's kind of where I draw the line.
Well,
I hope that answers your question.
And it does, but I appreciate it, and the care that's being provided. And I understand that there's going to be some great outcomes. There's going to be some people not happy. There's going to be people who have to wait for appointments. And that's just really another function derivative of an MCO program that just can't open the door to everybody at the same time and provide excellent care. I mean, it takes a process. But even in the STAR program for children and pregnant women, I mean, we're talking about multi-billion-dollar procurements where there has been a process. Everybody did exactly what they needed to do. And absent this proposal, things would continue to go forward. And there's nothing in the legislation, the word you and I like to joke about, there are no guardrails, my friend. There are no guardrails that say, hey, we understand that there are things that already occurred, and we can't undo that. We can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. So we're gonna set that as our baseline going forward. New procurements, new rules, existing procurements, existing rules, and not have people suffer for the lack of access to care because they've signed and inked up an agreement, but they haven't gone through all the final procedures to be fully operational. I think it's the operational term that's a little bit too aggressive. I would say if you don't have a deal inked up by September 1, then you're out, you start all over. But if you're inked out and you're just trying to perfect and get into the operational phase, you should be held harmless. And I would hopefully consider that you would consider letting us add some language to protect that rather than have a fight over this bill that, one of us is going to win and one of us is lose. I'd like for both of us to win in this instance. Would you consider that?
I'm afraid I won't, but I respect you. My belief is that that operational start date is an appropriate determination, considering the fact that we're not asking them to go back and do the whole process all over again. There was a ranking, and everybody knows where they ranked. But there are some that were given a get-out-of-jail-free card, and they were able to basically ignore their ranking and place higher than they would have otherwise placed. And the result of that is that more highly qualified applicants were pushed out of the procurement in favor of lower qualified applicants. So the thing that concerns me, and I'm just being honest with you, the reason I'm sort of fixated on where I am on this is that at the end of the day, these are our most vulnerable people. And I want the best quality health care I can get for them. I don't want them getting second-class health care from the lowest performing provider in the state. I want them to get the best. And so, I want to move forward knowing that every procurement that's not currently operational, that the top 5 or the top 6 or the top 7, that's the best health care we can push out there to these programs to serve these disabled individuals, these small children that need our help, these children with complex whatever the procurement is. I want them to get the best. I don't want them to get the last. They don't deserve last place.
Ms. Rose, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Of course.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Dr. Oliverson. When you opened up your remarks, you made the comment about the people who utilize the services at the hospitals and the mandatory. But do you realize why they became mandatory contracts?
Well, I know that they're affiliated with charity care type healthcare systems in large urban counties.
Oh. And
Is
so
that what you're?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And do you realize the people who you're working with this bill, at the time, were they willing to take on these patients?
I can't speak to what the marketplace looked like in '97, Representative, but what I can tell you is that moving forward, I think there was a concern in '97, but as we're now in 2023, I don't think anybody could objectively look at the Medicaid managed care system and say that there's not a strong willingness for competition, for improvements in quality of care, and for best value, best quality care, that there aren't people willing to fight tooth and nail to prove that they can do it better, and I just want them to be able to.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but if there was a time where there were people, where not some of these facilities did not want to take on these indigent patients, and then now, to me, now that Medicaid rates are going up.
I know, but that can't be.
Does you and Mr. Toad going to have a dialogue?
No, I'm
Okay.
sorry, Representative.
Mr. Toad, thank you. So, I should say excuse you. But at that time, no one would want to take on these patients. And I think it's just unfair that now that they've been doing the work all of these years, and now that the Medicaid rates are up higher, now everybody's want to come join on the bandwagon. But when there was an opportunity to just care for people because they needed the care, that was not the case.
I understand where you're coming from, but I'll tell you from my perspective what I think is unfair, and that is that the current system that we have means that there are a handful of participants in a procurement process that have no incentive to improve on quality or their delivery model because they're guaranteed to win anyway. It doesn't. They show up with a full house every time they play cards, and it doesn't matter. So what I care about and what I want and what I believe going forward is that Medicaid managed care works, and that competition works, and that if we just let these plans compete in your home community of Dallas, you have one of these plans. They're a high-performing plan. They would win contracts. They don't need a mandatory contract to win. But let them compete. Let them be incentivized to compete, because at the end of the day, people in my community and your community are depending on the highest quality of service we can deliver, and we're not getting that when we're giving people participation trophies.
You know, and I understand that, you know, I guess when you keep talking to say making it compete, we're talking about lives. And if people are getting the appropriate care that they need, and you keep okay. And you're making this about competition in healthcare when it should be about who's providing the best care for those patients. I want to talk to you a little bit about the certification. So do you agree that according to the 2021 law that you sponsored last legislative session in Senate Bill 1244, which was the hospital district MCOs must be certified by HHSC as financially and operational capable of performing under the Medicaid contract?
Gentleman's time's expired.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Rose, for what purpose?
Could we extend the gentleman's time, please?
Is there objection to extending the gentleman's time? Hearing none, the gentleman's time is extended.
Yes, Representative, I'm aware, but I am also aware, because my staff was actually watching the proceeding live as it played out, that one of the the mandatory contractors came into a deposition for an ongoing legal action and said under oath in a deposition that this chapter of code precludes that law from applying to them.
Okay, but
so they don't think they belong. They don't think they have it. The law we passed to them is meaningless.
But didn't the hospital district support your bill? and readily agree to the certification requirements in your bill?
I'm sorry. I don't understand the question. I apologize.
We're talking. No, he can hear me. He just didn't understand.
No, I didn't understand. I'm sorry. I wasn't. I can
was
hear
just
you.
saying though, but last year in that Senate Bill 1244, didn't the hospital district support your bill, right?
Honestly, I can't remember, Representative. They may have. I just know for a fact that they've said more recently in recorded legal proceedings that they don't believe it applies to them.
Okay, well, let me go to this. The other day, I believe it was this Wednesday, so on Monday, there was a conversation between you and Representative Allison regarding House Bill 2553 about you respecting the work of stakeholders. And I believe you said that whether the stakeholders, and I quote, sign the papers or not, this is about integrity and the body and the message it sends, quote. So it seems like the same sentiment would be applied here since you passed the bill last session requiring certification. You don't think it applies here as well?
I don't. And this has been in place since 1997, so I mean, this has been around a long time. It was a very different Medicaid managed care environment back then. I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this question. So while the 5 national for-profit MCOs back in your bill keep referring to a mandatory contract, it is actually conditional in the way that it awards contingent on certification. Am I correct?
Now I can't hear you. I apologize. I'm sorry.
You mean to tell me you can? Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't
Now I
in the
can hear you.
microphone. I'm sorry.
Sorry
You're
about
right.
that, Ms. Tony.
My apologies, Representative Alderson. I was saying while the 5 national for-profit MCOs back in your bill keep referring to mandatory contract, it is actually conditional in the way that it awards contingent on certification. That is, in fact, what your bill said last legislative session, but I forgot you just said you don't remember the bill, right?
Yeah, and my understanding is that all of the plans have achieved a certification. So that's kind of a, yeah, I mean, that's not a very high bar.
Okay, well, do you realize that all the hospital district MCOs that applied for the recent STAR Plus procurement were in fact certified?
So is everybody else. Everybody else was too.
Everybody was certified?
Yeah, that's why I say that's not a very high bar.
All right, thank you, Dr. Oliver.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Move passage.
Ms. Ortega, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few more
The
questions?
gentleman yield for a question.
Of course.
All right. Representative, does your bill do anything to address the actual performance in the Texas Medicaid system?
Well, it does in a way, if you think about it, because if all health plans knew that they had to compete in a future procurement based on past performance and based on their knowledge and ability to execute a contract, then yes, HHSC's hands would finally not be tied behind their back, and they would be able to do for the first time since 97 what is in the best interest of all Medicaid beneficiaries, and that is pick the best plans to execute the contracts.
So it's just not relying on the scoring of the RFP?
Well, HHSC has testified in committee that there's a variety of factors that go into how they score the RFP. And I would submit to you that the vast majority of points are awarded based on what's called the oral examination, where they bring folks in and they ask complex questions about care delivery situations and they grade responses. Sort of like me as a doctor. I take a written exam, but then I have my oral boards. And my oral boards is basically there to see how I function under pressure, to see how I function in decision making, and to see how I would execute. And so, yes, I think they have a very comprehensive mechanism through the RFP process for evaluating past and likely future performance.
Okay. Do you believe that a score on an RFP is more important or a better barometer for performing healthcare services than how an MCO actually performs in the field?
I'm going to leave that decision up to HHSC because that's what they're charged with doing, is finding the best healthcare plans for the Texans that we have told them that's your job.
Okay.
They depend on it.
According to HHSC's own data, Are you aware that the 4 hospital districts on average performed 94.17% better on the comprehensive score for STAR than the average on the 5 national plans, the same plans that you're carrying this bill for?
I'm not. I didn't have that statistic.
Just information that I received.
Okay. I mean, I've received a lot of information on this bill this session myself, and a lot of it is directly contradictory to each other, so you end up oftentimes trying to figure out who's really telling the truth. No, I'm not saying, I'm just saying that this is one of those issues where people have said a lot of things, and they've quoted a lot of data and a lot of statistics.
Okay. One last question. Are you aware that HHSC's recent STAR Plus procurement did not give any weight in scoring as to how a MCO has performed in the past, but only focused on the answers on the RFP?
I'm not aware.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Bowers, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield for his question?
Sure. Gentleman yields for a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Oliverson, and thank you for the conversation we had earlier
Yes, ma'am.
about this bill and about the legislation you're presenting. I just have a few questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe the justification for this bill that the hospital districts in some instances scored lower than their national plan counterparts on the RFPs? That's correct?
I do. And I think that's pretty clearly documented that their scores were lower.
Okay, well, wouldn't you agree that submitting an RFP and providing quality care in the field are two separate things?
I'm going to leave that up to HHSC. It is their job to run the procurement.
Okay.
I just want to give them the opportunity to use their best judgment instead of having their hands tied behind their back.
And you are aware that the national plans have entire departments that do nothing else but answer RFPs all over the country, aren't you?
I'm not advised, Representative. I just know that, I mean, I guess you could make the argument that if they're that big and have that many people, they probably have a lot more people on the ground delivering care and dealing with claims and processing complex needs situations. So
you're aware that my father was a doctor here in the state of Texas almost 40
Yes, ma'am.
years, and so I have great respect for the profession and what you do. But do you know these companies have sophisticated databases and tracking tools to calculate winning RFP responses? Are you aware of that?
I'm not.
And another thing, our local safety net hospitals, on the other hand, don't use your local taxpayer dollars to keep professional grant writers on staff. Would you want them to use tax dollars for that purpose, Dr. Oliverson?
Well, I think we've got to be careful to not conflate the hospital and the health plan because although they are related, they're not the same thing.
Okay, well, I wouldn't. And my last question is, do you think there is any subjectivity in how the RFPs are scored?
No, not based on what I've seen and heard testimony from HHSC. I mean, this is what they do. This is what we charge them as a state agency to go out and find the best care providers and the best networks that they can for these vulnerable Texans. And at the end of the day, you and I can have another conversation about if there's a way to do that better or if there's certain criteria they should be looking at or are they providing enough care. Not the subject of this bill. This bill just says nobody gets a participation trophy. Nobody gets a third place award for finishing dead last. That's not how we run races, and that is sure as heck not how we should do Medicaid procurement.
Yeah, thank you. So I would like to share an example with you to see if you're aware. El Paso's hospital district contracts with one of the major national plans to do their claims. In a recent procurement, the national plan scored the highest, and although it was the same claims processed and the same actual people doing the work, the national plan employees, El Paso scored at the very bottom and very last. Don't you find it problematic that given the subjective nature of the RFP process that you think that should be the deciding factor when it comes to who should get these contracts?
I don't believe that the RFP process is that subjective.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
Would the gentleman yield for a
Yes,
couple
of
more
course.
questions?
Thank you very much, Dr. Oliverson. This is something, obviously, I don't really wade into this arena of policy very often, except for the fact that we've got a plan in El Paso, and by all accounts, we've got a good plan in El Paso, and our community relies on it, and it's a trusted actor within our community. And so this would, does have an impact in El Paso, and so respectfully just want to ask some questions about market share, because in looking at how we're set up in this state, well, you would agree with me that a broader array of options always better for the market, right? Monopoly's bad, broader
Competition
market
is good, Representative. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
So in the current market that we've got, our plans represent a little over 10% of the market. So they're part of a mix. But in the national and other plans make up over 70% of the market today. Is that accurate?
It could be, Representative. I'm not sure. But if I may, I would point out to you that there are actually more community-based plans that do not get the benefit of mandatory contracting like El Paso does than there are plans that get the benefit. So when you talk about national plans and community plans, I think it's really important that we remember that the community plans is actually bifurcated between the 4 plans that are guaranteed a contract and the other plans like Driscoll in Nueces County and in the Valley, and Cook Children's in Tarrant County, and Texas Children's in Houston that have to fight for every contract they get. They have to compete. So again, I don't want to make this about national plans versus community plans because that's not really the argument.
Well, but I
here.
mean,
we have community plans that earn every contract they get, except these 4 don't.
But you would agree, factually, according to HHSC, there's 2 plans that take up half of the market share today in Texas.
I think that HHSC, I think I know where you're going with this, I think HHSC should always encourage competition in the procurement process. We do not want to have a monopoly. And based on the number of people that submit RFPs to HHSC for procurements, I see no signs that is even possibility at this point.
Well,
I believe there's robust competition in the marketplace for these contracts.
And I know a number of our plans are impacted. Obviously, ours in El Paso is grabbed into this, and I don't think we've had the same issues as others. And so I want to why if in our processes concerns haven't been raised for our community, for those folks that rely on that plan, why then are we grabbed into a bill that I think could, and I think you would disagree, but I think potentially could have negative fiscal implications for a plan that works well in our community?
Well, and again, I don't want to Monday morning quarterback you on this, but I do think that I hear what you're saying, but I would ask you to consider the possibility that HHSC is actually 1,000% correct in how they score these RFPs. And by preserving this mechanism, this anachronistic mechanism going back to the mid-90s, you're actually denying the citizens of El Paso the highest quality Medicaid managed care that they could be getting.
But we're doing well.
But, okay.
Our plans are,
don't you want your constituents to have the best quality care they can get?
I think that right now, in the system we've got, and the facts that I have on the ground, that our plan works very well for our community, and more competition is good. But if we're just going to expand the market share of those who have an expanded share today, that's going to lead to less competition and a larger market share for those who already have, over half the market share in Texas. And how is that healthy for competition?
So I don't think it's competition when somebody's guaranteed a contract, number one. I think that's a false dichotomy to say that we're going to protect competition by preventing competition from occurring in the first place.
Well,
That's not competition. But I don't think, based on how Medicaid managed care has grown and the dollars that are at stake, Representative, and you got Chairman Frank standing behind you. He may agree with you or disagree with you. I don't know. But
my guess is he disagrees with me, but go ahead.
I cannot fathom, based on the amount of dollars that we are putting into Medicaid managed care, that every plan that is capable of delivering those services isn't highly motivated to submit an RFP and get a contract.
The gentleman's time's expired. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of El Paso.
The chair recognizes Mrs. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the amendment.
Members, I know this is probably a very potentially confusing piece of legislation, but let me be very clear. This piece of legislation impacts primarily Bexar, El Paso, Harris, and Dallas counties. The impact of this piece of legislation puts at risk our local hospital districts. If you are not in those hospital districts, this primarily will not affect you, but your vote today will affect my community. Your vote today could put at risk $110 million federal dollars to my hospital district, which is 11% of our budget. I'm very concerned that a lot of us aren't paying attention to the impact of the bill and the potential that it could do to these communities that we are just trying to make sure have sustainable health care, that our hospital districts still get to do their work. If you are not in this, we are begging, asking for you to not hurt our hospital districts, and please, stay with us, because this doesn't impact y'all, but it does impact us. It does put us at risk. It does allow us to lose 11% of our hospital district's operating budget. This does have a negative impact. So this amendment simply exempts the hospital districts that are going to be impacted: El Paso, Bexar, Harris, Dallas. Our delegations are asking for you to please not let our hospital districts be at risk in this moment in time. I move passage.
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the gentlelady yield?
Yes,
Does
sir.
the author, she yields for questions.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. So obviously this does completely gut the bill. So if your hospital district, which currently has a insurance company that is handling the Medicaid patients in your area, they are doing a great job right now, are they not?
Yes.
Okay, they're doing a great job, and so they do not need a mandatory contract given to them regardless. So under your amendment, if this were to pass and become law, if your hospital district does a horrible job, if your hospital MCO does a horrible job handling Medicaid patients, what would happen to them?
Nonprofits would compete.
No, because they're actually not competing, because if they are given a mandatory contract, no matter how bad they perform to your constituents, I understand your hospital district wants to be guaranteed this book of business. These constituents that you have, your hospital district wants to be guaranteed their Medicaid lives. But I'm asking, if they perform poorly, if they're the lowest ranking, if they're absolutely the worst and they're doing a terrible job, the state of Texas, under current law, has to give them a contract no matter how bad, and that's the same for Dallas, that's the same for Houston. This is not about protecting your hospital district, this is about protecting your people.
Chairman Frank, I think that there was potentially a reasonable place to meet in the middle to create some guardrails. However, this bill does not do this. This bill just repeals what is currently the process and puts at risk, A, federal dollars, and B, interrupts the current process for procurement. They still have to submit an RFP. We still get to hold them accountable. But here's what I will say. If the majority of people who are being impacted by this bill are saying we do not want this, at what point do we go to our colleagues and say, hey, I understand. Do you think that any member standing up here wants their constituents to get bad health care? No.
I know that no one up there wants that. But when you only listen to your hospital and are not listening to the Medicaid patients, that is
I don't think that's
impact.
fair, because if you look at the respondents of surveys from the patients themselves, a lot of them do rank these folks in a really highly, especially in El Paso. And so I just really think it's important. Look, if the bill author came to the table with a piece of legislation that was nuanced and said, hey, let's do a preference. Let's do this. But that's not the bill on the floor today. The bill on the floor today is a complete repeal, which has potential for a domino effect of negative impact, particularly in these counties. And I think if there was a balanced bill, we wouldn't be fighting this hard. But we're fighting this hard because our hospital districts have an obligation and have to serve our communities. And when we put them at risk, we put the whole healthcare system for these hospital districts at risk.
And I do agree, and I have been in discussions. We were looking at some preference language that I would like to see in there, because I think most of these hospitals do a phenomenal job. Of the four MCOs, I think 3 of them do a phenomenal job in taking care of it. And frankly, those 3 wouldn't be at risk at all, even if this goes through. I would like to just clarify, and I think I can do it on the back mic. There is no federal funds at risk. That is a total. We had the testimony. I had the hospital CEOs. Those hospitals are going to draw down federal funds with or without being allowed to be in the insurance business.
No, I think that the hospitals can draw down the funds, but some of the funds are tied to directly some of these plans, and they are non-transferable. And I think that's where the confusion might be. I agree that the hospitals still get their hospital funds, but the plans do get some funds that are non-transferable. But I do think, I think this is why it's so critical. Members, there's lots of misinformation about what's happening right now, and we have to make a decision on millions of people's health care. Millions of people's health care, and so don't make this decision lightly. If you don't know how to vote, then don't vote, because you are literally going to potentially impact our hospital districts. And going on to misinformation, Chairman Frank, who I respect and love so much, it is competitive. There are 3 entities that can still. Those are wholly owned and operated by the hospital district, was created by a qualifying nonprofit corporation, or holds a certificate of authority as a health maintenance organization under certain conditions. I think to say there is no competition isn't completely accurate either. So again, we're all dealing with lots of different variances of facts in this conversation.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting there's zero competition, but when you have a mandatory contract, by definition, you don't. I'm going to close since we're just having an open debate. I actually love the idea of a preference. I absolutely think a mandatory contract for anyone is a terrible policy, but I appreciate what you're doing, and I do hope we can work towards a preference of some type.
And Chairman Frank, if that was a bill, a preference, I promise you it wouldn't be standing right here. But this is the most extreme version. Sorry, Chairman, this is the most extreme version, and I'm just trying to say, if we could come to the middle where we didn't put hospital districts at risk, again, different conversation, but we're not having that conversation today.
Thank you.
I move passage. Move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mrs. Martinez-Fisher in favor of the amendment. Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, look, I'm going to be real brief. A lot of chatter. We're distracted. This is a 3rd reading amendment. This is 100 votes. Now, you reflect and determine when is the last time you have been in front of a 3rd reading amendment with this many people behind here, all saying it is about our local health care providers in our districts, not Chairman Frank's district, our districts. This amendment is for our districts, not Chairman Frank's district. We need this vote for 2 things. Number 1, we needed to go on to protect our constituents. And number 2, if it does go on and folks want to talk about how to artfully fix this thing, if you're looking for a reason to say, why should we help you? There are folks that have gone all the way through this process. They have been awarded a contract. they are just not operating. And what we're doing is we're changing the rules. And if they say you're not operating by September 1, too bad, start all over. And maybe for these business folks, that's enough. What about the patients? What are they going to do while we're going through this procurement? What kind of message are we sending them? Who are we really hurting? Give us the green light to get this on so that we can fix it. And don't take my word for it, take everybody's word for it. I hope you vote for the amendment.
Mr. Dutton, for purpose.
Oh, I wanted to ask the author of the amendment a question.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to close on the amendment. Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Always for the chairman.
She yields.
Thank you. I'm really trying to be sure what your amendment actually does. Can you tell me that again?
I'll read it and then I'll explain it. The
I
amendment
can't
says,
hear you. I couldn't understand it.
I'll read it and then I'll explain it.
Okay.
The amendment reads, the section only applies to a contract for a region with a population of 8,500,000 people or more. Basically, it exempts the hospital districts that are being impacted. El Paso, Harris, Bexar, Dallas.
And they're impacted negatively by the bill.
Yes, sir.
And your amendment takes that away,
Yes, sir.
eliminates that. And how does it do that?
It exempts it exempts them from this part of the bill being applicable. From the repeal being applicable.
Oh, I see your amendment does. Okay. I think I'll wait and ask the author a question.
Okay. Move passage.
Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso sends an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Dr. Oliverson voting nay. Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso voting aye. Mr. Bryant voting aye. Mr. Patterson voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 69 ayes and 74 nays, the amendment fails to adopt.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate is taking the following action.
Thank you, sir. The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I want to emphasize just how important this legislation is. Medicaid provides care for the most vulnerable people in this state. Our children, our pregnant mothers, our elderly, our disabled, and we have not done enough to help them. If we pass this bill, we're going to make it that much harder for the most vulnerable people in this state to get necessary medical care. We're also going to make it to where we have a monopoly of Medicaid providers. This bill, the difference is we have for-profit renderers and we have nonprofit providers. Parkland Health in Dallas, Texas provides nonprofit charitable Medicaid care for the Dallas County and the 7 counties surrounding it. That is a big deal, nonprofit. They're not here to suck money out of Medicaid and provide it to shareholders. They are here to provide the maximum amount of care possible with the little amount of money that we give them for Medicaid in this state. And this population and our community needs it, and this bill is terrible policy for the state of Texas. Secondly, the other thing that this bill does is it takes a very unconstitutional approach to contracting in this state. The Texas Constitution takes a very clear stand on the interference of active procurements. No retroactive law impairing the obligation of contracts shall be made. No retroactive law. What this bill does, we have already started procurement processes. Requests for proposals have already gone out. Entities have made have invested significant sums of money for the procurements. The contract process is already ongoing. This bill will retroactively void all of that. And that is unconstitutional, and again, it is terrible policy for this body to enact. We can have conversations about Medicaid. We've filed a lot of bills on Medicaid expansion. I have as well. But that's not what this is about. This bill will actually restrict care. We spent a lot of time talking about the need for mental health. Mental health care will be compromised if this bill passes. It goes against everything that we're talking about, and I urge you all to vote no. Thank you.
Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
Will my colleague yield?
Ms. Johnson of Dallas.
All right. May I be recognized, Mr. Speaker?
Is Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I kind of gave my speech already, but here's what I will say. Representative Julie Johnson was very accurate that this bill does put at risk some of our most vulnerable and needy Texans. That this bill has potential implications for our communities. There is a lot of misinformation, that there isn't competitions, that the performance reviews aren't good, all these things, but a lot of that is misinformation. If we had a bill that was more nuanced, that was more balanced, we could be okay with that. But this bill completely undermines our hospital districts and puts our constituents at risk. All we're asking is that we vote this bill down and say next session, let's all work together to create a more balanced piece of legislation. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bryant in opposition to the bill.
Members, just to restate the basics one more time. Under this bill, the Health and Human Services Commission would no longer be required to contract with managed care organizations that are either a hospital district or a nonprofit or a health maintenance organization. All three of those groups compete for the right to do this business. They have not only succeeded, they have excelled at what they do. The Health and Human Services Commission, if you go on their website, you will see their report cards for each metropolitan area. For Houston, El Paso, Beaumont, and San Antonio, which I have in my hands here, the nonprofit or the publicly owned hospital exceeds the performance of the other privately operated groups. There is a substantive reason for the law being the way it is. It's in the public interest, and as Ms. Johnson said, it's in the interest of the poorest and most vulnerable people in our population. We're simply asking to keep it that way. There's no reason to make a change. Look at the report cards. With regard to experience of care, staying healthy, or common chronic conditions, these entities exceed in every case the performance of the private hospitals. That's why the law is the way it is. I urge you to vote against the bill.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I won't add what I already said, but I was hoping we can get the amendment, and we didn't win that. We needed 100 votes, but we're within 5 votes of voting this bill down. And that's a sad consequence, but an equally sad consequence are the number of jobs that will be lost in our communities, because there is no guarantee when these contracts are out, you go back to the start, there's no guarantee that these employees are going to have a job. So we've got two issues. We have patients not knowing what their future is for their future health care. We have providers that could shift ownership, and no guarantee that the people who are doing the work right now, and it's hard work, that they're even going to have a job. I've talked to a couple of you already who did not vote. I appreciate you being with us. We can vote this down, we can fix it and bring it back, but if we pass it, we can't do anything about it. So I ask that you vote against this. Just give us a chance to get this fixed. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, appreciate the opportunity to lay this out before you. In my heart, at the end of the day, I just want every Texan in the Medicaid system to get the best quality care they can. And with that, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2401. Strict enforcement has been requested. Members, please vote from your desk. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 64 ayes, 71 nays, HB 2401 fails to pass to final passage. The chair lays out on third reading HB 286. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 286 by Thompson of Harris relating to the procedure for an application for a writ of habeas corpus based on certain new evidence.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson of Harris to explain the bill.
Speaker, members, this is a bill we passed on yesterday. There was available information that a person proved innocent would be able to get that evidence in by writ of habeas, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 286. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Thompson of Harris voting out. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Harris of Anderson voting aye. Show Mr. Jatan voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 121 ayes and 23 nays. HB 286 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4628. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4628 by Goldman relating to the duties of law enforcement agencies, crime laboratories, and the Department of Public Safety following the performance of certain DNA profile comparisons.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this sets up timelines for law enforcement when a match is made in the CODIS system, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4628. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 146 ayes, 0 nays. HB 4628 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 327. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 327 by Thompson of Harris relating to the affirmative defense to prosecution for a criminal offense for persons acting under duress.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson of Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, victim of human trafficking, we're asking for the duress information to be added to the trial. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 327. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Thompson of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 82 ayes, 61 nays, HB 327 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2273. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2273 by Oliverson relating to including an understanding of certain political ideologies in the foundation curriculum in public schools.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 2273 educates students on political ideologies like communism, socialism, totalitarianism, and fascism that conflict with the fundamental principles of freedom and democracy that underpin our values in the United States, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2273. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 127 ayes and 13 nays. HB 2273 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3745. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3745 by Goldman relating to the procedure for maintaining the qualification of land for appraisal for ad valorem tax purposes as qualified open space land.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Mr. Leach, you want to call a point of order? Okay, we're good? Okay. All right, thank you. Members, this bill changed the requirement in order for landowners to file an annual report. I'll move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3745. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 146,000 nays. HB 3745 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3258. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3258 by Howard relating to a report by the Legislative Budget Board and on the reliance by the state on certain dedicated revenue for the purposes of budget certification.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this just continues the review by the Legislative Budget Board of GR dedicated accounts, as was initiated several sessions ago by Representative Darby, to ensure that taxpayer dollars are being appropriated as voters approved. This is about taxpayer transparency. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3258. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 145,000 nays. HB 3258 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3195.
HB 3195 by Bonin related to conduct of insurers providing preferred provider benefit plans with respect to physician and healthcare provider contracts and claims.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Dr. Bonin's bill that relates to conduct of insurers providing preferred provider benefit plans. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3195. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 129 ayes and 14 nays. HB 3195 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 182. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 182 by Thompson of Harris relating to the authority of a court to terminate the sentence of certain persons released on parole.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this expands the scope of judicial clemency in Texas. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 182. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Thompson Harris voting aye. Mr. Kane voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes and 56 nays, HB 182 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4059. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4059 by King of Hemphill relating to the right to try cutting-edge treatments for patients with life-threatening or severely debilitating illnesses.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4059 would expand benefits of the original Right to Try bill from 2015 by adding patients with rare or ultra-rare diseases so they can personalize their treatments. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for supporting the cause and wearing your teal yesterday, and we're going to end ovarian cancer in our time. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4059. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King of Hemphill voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 145,000 nays. HB 4059 is finally passed. Is Mr. Herrera on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Mr. Herrera.
Mr. Speaker, call up House Bill 1315 with Senate amendments.
Mr. Herrera lays out HB 1315 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Herrera to explain these Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is House Bill 1315 that was passed over to the Senate. The Senate merely added the names Leroy and Rosie Torres, which are acceptable. With that, I ask the members to concur with Senate amendments.
Mr. Herrera moves the House concur with Senate amendments to HB 1315. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Herrera voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 128 ayes and 11 nays, the House concurs with Senate amendments to HB 1315. The chair lays out House Bill 2329 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2329 by Bales related to honey production operations and the harvesting and packaging of honey and honeycomb.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bales for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, in the essence of good faith negotiations and transparency, I move to postpone consideration of House Bill 2329 to March 2nd, 2024, Texas Independence Day.
Members, you heard the motion. Your objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out House Bill 2650 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2650 by Howard relating to the continuation and duties of the Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force and establishment of a mandatory training program for peace officers on responding to reports of child sexual abuse and adult sexual assault.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2650 until Thursday at 9 a.m.
Members, you heard the motion. Your objection, chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 2238. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 876. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 876 by Flores relating to the licensing and regulation of dog and cat breeders, expanding the applicability of an occupational license.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, good dog bill here. I'm not Jared Patterson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Texas Licensed Breeders Program established minimum standards of care for dogs and cats bred for sale. Program is intended to prevent harm and breeding cruelty. People are operating outside the law because the program is difficult to enforce. By changing licensing requirements from 11 breeding females to 5, all commercial breeders in Texas will be under program's oversight, and I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Buckley.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment was worked on by multiple stakeholders. It's a cleanup amendment that ensures that the protections for trainers of working dogs, specifically cow dogs and hunting dogs, are not impacted by this bill, and I move adoption.
Dr. Buckley sends up Mr. Martinez Fisher for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Dr. Buckley, is this a PSA?
Yeah, public. No, sir.
Dr. Buckley sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley is closed on the bill.
All right. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 876. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 876 passed to third reading. Dr. Buckley moves to lay House Bill 2238 on the table, subject to caller's objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman for a notice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, pursuant to Rule 7, Section 37C, I hereby give notice that I intend in at least 1 hour's time to move to reconsider the vote by which House Bill 2401 was defeated.
The notice will be entered in the journal, members. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3519. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 855. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 855 by Alvarado relating to continuing judicial training regarding family violence victims.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hold to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 855 adds dynamics of family violence as a dedicated training topic for judges for each term or 4 years in office so that all judges are aware of the dynamics that may affect the parties in all types of cases, not just cases involving family violence. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 855. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 855 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out HB 1492 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1492 by Ordaz, relating to the conveyance of property by a municipality for the public purpose of economic development.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ordaz for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1492 until 10 a.m. Thursday, May 11.
Members heard the motion. The objection. The chair has done so ordered. The chair lays out HB 303 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 303 by Bernal, relating to the amount of a fine or cost imposed in a criminal case by a justice of municipal court into the court's authority to order a defendant confined in jail for failure to pay a fine or cost or for contempt.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'll take a minute. I know there's a potential point on the bill, so I thought I would just take a minute to tell you what it does, and then we'll go through that. Essentially, you should not be placed in jail, and a judge should not be able to put you in jail for offense that is only punishable by a fine. Republicans and Democrats have filed a version of this bill for generations. It is called the Pauper's Prison Bill or the Debtor's Prison Bill. You should not be placed in jail for an offense that is only punishable by the fine. Some judges and JPs are calling, saying that they still need that tool, but they can still threaten people with arrest. They can still arrest them. You can present yourself to a jail and sleep it off for a day or two and pay $150 or get that credit for that day. But fundamentally, we should not allow judges to put people in jail for something like a traffic ticket if the offense itself is only punishable by a fine. And beyond that, you may not know this.
No, I know, I want to.
But if Representative Murr owes several traffic tickets and doesn't pay, the state of Texas can suspend his license. They can put a hold on his license. So when he goes to renew his license...
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I'm going to finish the example, please, and then I want people to understand this.
Do you want to? Would you like to yield for questions in addition to?
I would like to finish the example, and then I know what's coming. If Representative Murr owes traffic tickets, the judge can put a hold on his license. So when he goes to renew his license and he doesn't have money, he can't. So not only does he owe traffic tickets, now he's got to drive without a license. If he gets pulled over for that, he's recriminalized, not just for the tickets, but for the license. And now all of a sudden we have the criminal jurisprudence version of a payday loan. All this bill does is say that you should not be put in jail for an offense that is only punishable by a fine. I appreciate Mr. Toth allowing me to lay that out before he calls the point. Do your worst.
Mr. Toth,
Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yields for questions. He yields for questions.
I want to have it. You said you wanted to have a discussion about this, and I want to honor you on that. So my concern, though, is that based on what you've just shared, the alternative is taking someone's license away, correct?
They already do that.
Right, but in taking their license away, you take away their ability to drive and hold a job.
That's right. I tried to pass that bill too.
Right, and my concern is that you're creating a situation for a person to do nothing but fail, where my JPs have said, I'd rather have this ability to say, you owe this money, show up or else. And the problem is when they do show up and they say, but Your Honor, I don't have the ability to pay, my JPs will not throw them in jail for that. They need the ability to hang this over their head to get them to show up, something short of throwing them in jail, something short of taking their license away. And you're taking that ability away from our JPs to do that.
First of all, JPs should be creative enough to figure this out without threatening people with jail. They have lots of options. They can do payment plans. They can do community service. On top of that, they still have the ability to issue a warrant and arrest that person, or, using your point of view, they can threaten that person with arrest. That still exists. They just should not have the ability. They should not have the legal ability to take something that should only be punishable by a fine and put someone in jail or threaten someone with jail to do that. That's just not who we are. That's not what the letter of the law is. We need to reel them in. Again, they have arrest and the threat of arrest at their disposal on top of a myriad of other things.
And I appreciate your heart for this, but Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 303 under Rule 4, Section 32C1 on grounds that the bill analysis is material misleading.
Please bring your point of order down front.
The point of order is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Toth to speak in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you speak with your JPs back home, they're going to tell you why this is a bad bill. And the author, when he laid the bill out, he said you can use other things like taking someone's license away, or they still could be put in jail. That is not a good solution. JPs do not want to put people in jail. They don't want to take their licenses away. They want to have something that will incentivize them to show up. And as my JP has said, when people show up and they say, but I can't, Judge Mack, I can't afford to pay this. Judge Mack's not going to throw them in jail. We need incentives, though, for them to show up. Please, I'd ask that we wouldn't take this tool away from our JPs. Please vote no. Yes, sir.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I don't like that they can take their licenses away. I think that's terrible. I think the entire system we have here for people who cannot afford to pay their fines is wrong. I think it's wrong that they can take their licenses away. I also think it's wrong that they can threaten and can place people in jail for offenses that by law are only punishable by a fine. The punishment has to fit the crime, and no judge or JP should have the ability to add their own spin on that, to add some extra sauce, to take something that should be only punishable by a fine and threaten you with putting you in jail. That's what this bill's about. Move passage.
The question occurs on the passage to engrossment of HB 303. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Representative Toth voting nay. Have all representatives voted? There being 60 ayes and 81 nays, the bill fails to pass to engrossment. Representative Hall moves to lay House Bill 3519 on the table, subject to call. Is there an objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1942. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1942 by Leach, relating to the regulation of sports wagering, requiring occupational permits, authorizing fees, imposing a tax, decriminalizing wagering on certain sports events, creating criminal offenses, providing administrative penalties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1942 until after HJR 102.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. So ordered.
The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2843. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2843 by Kimple, relating to the authorization, licensing, and regulation of casino gaming and sports wagering in the state, to the creation, powers, and duties of the Texas Gaming Commission to support the horse racing industry and reform of horse racing and greyhound racing conducted by certain persons, and to other provisions related to gambling, imposing and authorizing administrative and civil penalties, imposing taxes, imposing and authorizing fees, requiring occupational licenses, creating criminal offenses.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kimple for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2843 until after HB 1942.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, so ordered.
The chair lays out on second reading HJR 155. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR 155 by Garin, proposing a constitutional amendment to foster economic development and job growth, provide tax relief and funding for education and public safety programs, support the horse racing industry, and reform horse racing and greyhound racing by authorizing casino gaming and destination resorts, creating the Texas Gaming Commission, authorizing sports wagering, requiring a license to conduct casino gaming, requiring the imposition of casino gaming and sports wagering taxes, requiring license.
The chair recognizes Mr. Garin to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, it's time to let your constituents decide if gambling should be legal in Texas. We should let the people vote.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Do you know where we can find the overs and unders on Kempel's bill and Mr. Garin's bill and Mr. Leach's bill passing?
The chair is not advised.
Members, HJR finally lets the Texans vote on the question of whether or not to allow limited casino-style gaming in Texas. We're not just talking about just any kind of casino. We're not talking about slot machines and 7-Elevens, or a slot on every corner, slot machine. We're not even talking about slot machines in my restaurant. Today, for those Texans who choose to exercise their freedom to gamble legally, they're doing it in every state that surrounds us. And if you have ever driven through Oklahoma by WinStar, every license plate on that parking lot is, or not everyone, but most of them are. Each year, millions of our Texans go to Oklahoma, New Mexico, and Louisiana and Arkansas, and they spend billions of their entertainment dollars in those states. Just last month, Louisiana gaming officials were quoted in Houston media saying Texans make up an estimated 85% of the business at Lake Charles. According to well-respected economists, this HJR will add over 100,000 construction jobs and an estimated of 70,000 permanent jobs. It will generate billions of dollars in new development investment and will assist the state and local communities with a new stream of continuing revenue. The joint resolution will not only keep Texas tourism dollars at home, it will also bring massive out-of-state business and leisure tourism to our state because of extremely large investment minimums that are designed to ensure developments which are built, and they will be world-class casinos. These are casinos not only with casinos, but restaurants, shopping, large entertainment venues. The tax alone on the gambling tax would be 15% of the gross revenue. Not taking out expenses, it's 15% of the gross gambling revenue, plus any sales and liquor taxes that are sales, liquor tax, and hotel taxes that are generated by these. The HJR is a compromise which brings together gaming stakeholders who've had long concerns about our gaming options in Texas. It seeks to maintain a limited footprint, 8 casinos, possibly 9, by focusing first on existing pari-mutuel wagering licenses that have already been authorized and exist in areas of the state where the greatest economic impact will be realized. This approach not only keeps the lid on the number of licenses, it also serves to allow for more immediate development of destination resorts to quickly realize the job-related creation and economic development. It also seeks to revitalize the horse racing industry. It will help make Texas the #1 horse breeding state in the nation while benefiting Texas agricultural businesses with greater economic activity because of a vibrant racing industry. The resolution also envisions a fully open bid opportunity in the state outside of the other areas that has an additional $1 billion minimum investment requirement, and this could only be located in a county which votes in favor of the constitutional amendment. The language here creates a basic structure for the gaming industry related to licensing, requiring the imposition of casino gaming and sports wagering taxes and license application fees, and authorizing tribal state compact related to gaming. Members, this really is about letting your voters decide. Under the way the bill is written today, there will be 8 casinos, one of which will be an open bid. The others are tied to the pari-mutuel, to current pari-mutuel licensing. We have watched other states benefit from Texas gambling for too long. I have an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
I rise to raise a point of order pursuant to Article 3, Section 56 of the Texas Constitution.
Please bring your point of order down front. It's priceless. How mom's there right now? Huh? I haven't been yet. Verde? Stadium looks awesome. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment. Members, the point of order has been withdrawn. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Guerin.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, 20% of the gaming tax, the 15% gross gaming tax, is dedicated to the horse racer, to the horse tracks for additional purses. Part of the money is dedicated to law enforcement, and the rest of that 20% is going to operate the Gaming Commission. The amendment that I'm adding will constitutionally dedicate the remaining 80% to increase salaries for public school teachers in this state and a cost of living adjustment for the TRS, the retired teachers. The legislature shall by law allocate a portion of the revenue received from the tax imposed on the gaming casino revenue to casino license holder public safety programs. It's acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Mr. Guerin sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption amendment. The chair has, and the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by A. Johnson of Harris.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson Harris to explain the amendment.
What this amendment does is says that some of the revenue that will come in will be allocated to the local counties for public safety. I know that this is a debate that we will have, and our voters will decide whether or not they want to approve gaming in Texas. But we do know that while there are going to be things that the industry will do to try to combat issues of crime, gaming does have an addictive element, and when you see those other collateral addictive issues such as alcohol or drug abuse, domestic violence, human trafficking, even though the industry is going to do what they can against it, we will see something that we have to address within criminal justice and public safety. We will also see in our counties that people will leave and go to these resorts, but then they'll come back home and we will have to deal with them. So what this amendment does is recognize that every county will get a piece of the pie of the revenue that is brought in, and it will be divvied up by the size of your county and the need that you have for courts, for police officers, for public defenders, for prosecutors, for every issue that address public safety that will have to be addressed on a local level. And so I would ask that you vote yes on this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I oppose this amendment because part of the amendment that you just put on, part of that money is dedicated already to public safety. In the enabling legislation, which Mr. Kemple will have following this, 10% of the gross is dedicated to public safety already. This would take the money away from teacher salaries and away from the teachers' retirement system.
Mr. Kemple, for what purpose?
To ask the author a question.
The gentleman yield for a question.
Yes, I will.
Mr. Guerin, is it your understanding that we have about 10% of gross gaming revenue into public safety already?
I do. I
Thank
do
you, Mr.
understand that it is dedicated. 10% of the gross tax is dedicated to public safety already.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson Harris to close on the amendment.
So the only thing that I would differ on is this amendment says that the monies go back to your counties for local control, and it is done by population growth. So every county gets their proper apportionment of their piece of pie. Move past, or move it up.
Ms. Johnson Harris sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Guerin voting no. Ms. Johnson of Harris voting aye. Ms. Davis voting no. Mr. Harless voting no. Mr. Dutton voting no. Mr. Smith voting no. Ms. Leo Wilson voting no. Ms. Leo Wilson voting no. Have all members voted? There being 50 ayes and 92 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Morales and Maverick.
The chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick to explain the amendment.
Mr. Morales of Maverick.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
There is a point of order against further consideration of this amendment according to House Rule 11, Section 2.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Tinderholt raises a point of order against further consideration of the Morales of Maverick Amendment, Amendment number 3 under Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the amendment is not germane. The joint resolution would legalize casino gambling and sports betting in Texas. It proposes a comprehensive scheme for the regulation of these forms of gambling, including the establishment of the Texas Gaming Commission to oversee license holders. It also authorizes the governor to conduct good faith negotiations with any of Texas's 3 federally recognized Indian tribes for tribal state compacts, which are required under federal law to permit a tribe to conduct the Class 3 forms of gambling legalized by the proposed constitutional amendment. Mr. Morales of Maverick's amendment would expressly allow the Kickapoo tribe to operate a Class 3 casino on owned or leased land within 300 miles of its reservation boundaries and allow the tribe and the Secretary of State to regulate that casino. The amendment seeks to compel an action the joint resolution requires to be negotiated. Further, the amendment seeks to create a new regulatory scheme that bears no resemblance to the proposed regulatory scheme. While it is permissible to place limits on discretionary authority, an amendment may not completely negate the discretion to be granted. Additionally, any regulatory method proposed by an amendment must be closely aligned with that of the main measure, which is not the case here. The major purpose of the amendment is to constitutionally impose a Class 3 compact between Texas and the Kickapoos for purpose of federal law. The amendment is not germane. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Gomez.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gomez to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, member, thank you. This amendment simply adds and clarifies that the Brownsville-Harlingen Metropolitan Statistical Area is a location for possible consideration, and I want to thank the author because I believe it is acceptable.
Ms. Gomez sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Busey.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would add Central Texas. I believe it's acceptable.
Mr. Busey sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Manuel.
The chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain the amendment.
Thank you. This is an amendment that would allow racetrack licensing in Jefferson County.
Mr. Manuel sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Schaefer.
Is Mr. Schaefer on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment simply ensures that gambling interests from China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea will not be part of the gambling interests that come to the state of Texas. The Chinese Communist Party is heavily involved in gambling in certain parts of the world, and we're just going to ensure that those businesses that are doing business that are closely tied to the Chinese Communist Party are not part of what comes to Texas.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sheen, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I will yield for some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. So, explain again. So, what does the Communist Chinese government have to do with this amendment?
Okay, so what we're doing here in this amendment is saying that if you're operating gambling operations in China, Russia, Iran, or North Korea, and the territories that they control, then those gambling operations are basically integrated with those countries who have, they are diametrically opposed to the interest of our national security.
Are you calling out these countries' governments, so specifically the Communist Chinese government, are you calling them out because they're a threat to the United States, because they're a significant human rights violation? What is it about these countries' governments?
Both of those. I think we have national security interests both in cybersecurity, both in the financial ties that come in when you have these large gambling interests. You have human trafficking issues. The human trafficking issues, particularly in places like Macau, are a big deal, and Hong Kong. And these are gambling interests that we simply don't want that to be a part of what comes to the state of Texas.
So one of the companies that's invested heavily in trying to legalize gambling is the Sands Corporation. What kind of presence do they have in communist China?
Well, Sands is the largest employer in Macau, which is completely Chinese controlled. And so Sands, if we pass this and this becomes law, Sands is essentially integrated with the Chinese government in Macau. And they would be able to come here and compete for these licenses.
So do they actually have an arrangement, like a 10-year binding contract with one of the Chinese government provinces?
That's accurate.
So let me ask you this. If there was a scenario where casinos were legalized and Sands Corporation has a significant presence in communist China, are you concerned at all about U.S. data residing in communist China?
Absolutely, and I think it would be an irreconcilable conflict of interest for the Sands Corporation to be able to separate its interests in the state of Texas from the interests and the obligations that they have to the Chinese Communist Party.
So this could actually be a threat to Texans and other states, can it not, with respect to citizens' information being hacked,
Absolutely.
being exposed,
Compromising,
all those types of things?
Theft of intellectual property, when you talk about being able to compromise executives and people who own intellectual property, getting them into gambling debt, being able to have data on who's in gambling debt, being able to influence people, extort people.
Let me just ask you one more question. Are you aware that literally communist China attacks the United States daily with thousands and thousands of cyber attacks?
Absolutely. It's a big problem.
They're a significant human rights violator. This is a great amendment, Mr. Schaefer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for purpose.
I raise a point of order against further consideration of this amendment under Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the amendment is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Guerin.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. My amendment to the amendment simply says that the amendment will apply to Russia, Iran, and North Korea, and only mainland China, not to Macau, not to Taiwan. And Macau and Hong Kong are special administrative regions with democratically elected governments, free market open economies, as well as separate and independent legal and judicial systems. There are no American gaming companies that do business in mainland China. And all of this is why specific special administrative regions are excluded from sanctions by the United States Office of Foreign Asset Control. The Department of Treasury's agency, which administers and enforces economic and trade sanctions. Macau and Taiwan we are not sanctioning them. And that's why I'm trying to take Mr. Schaefer's amendment and only to include mainland China. And if we're going to start prohibiting the state from doing business with American corporations who have business licenses or licenses with America's largest trading partner, then we need to include ExxonMobil, Halliburton, Dell, JCPenney, Texas Instruments, ConocoPhillips, Kimberly-Clark. So I'm saying we let Macau and Taiwan not be included in his amendment, and I'll be happy to accept his amendment at that point, but if without it, then I'm going to have to fight it. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak in opposition to the amendment
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ranchia, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Not at this time.
Not at this moment, sir.
Respect the argument Representative Guerin is making, but it goes exactly opposite of what we're trying to do. Chinese Communist Party has a significant business interest in Macau and Hong Kong with these gambling interests. Representative Guerin's amendment to the amendment puts them back into the bill. Now, my point is that the Chinese Communist Party has been involved in human rights abuses. We love the Chinese people, but the gambling and the financial interests with the Sands Corporation in Macau does not need to be a part of what takes place in the state of Texas. And for that reason, I oppose the amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ranchia, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions,
The
please?
gentleman yield for questions.
I'll yield.
The gentleman yields.
What do you have against the Republic of China?
I think they have numerous human rights abuses. The Communist Party, Chinese Party, has been stealing intellectual property from Americans for many years.
No. I think you misheard my question. You're talking about the People's Republic of China. The Republic of China is Taiwan.
Taiwan is not part of my amendment. Taiwan has been excluded
it is part
from
of
mine.
Charlie's amendment. So Taiwan, and Representative Chen Button knows this, is the Republic of China. And my question was not about the People's Republic of China, which is the mainland. The Republic of China is actually Taiwan, and that's how they refer to themselves. So what do you have against Taiwan?
Well, I love them, and they're not excluded in my amendment.
To Charlie's amendment.
I love them, and they're not excluded from my amendment. My amendment explicitly says that Taiwan can do business here. Taiwan's not a part of my amendment
But
or
you're
what Charlie's doing at all.
speaking against the Speaker Guerin's amendment to the amendment, which would permit Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau from remaining in the bill. And so why are you speaking against the Republic of China staying in the bill?
Macau.
No, the Republic of China is my question.
Look, if you want the Sands Corporation in Macau and Hong Kong to be a part of this, then support Mr. Guerin's amendment. If you don't, then support mine. It's that simple.
Okay, but just to be clear, his covers the Republic of China, which is Taiwan. The capital of Taiwan is?
Taipei.
Excellent, excellent. Very good, very good. Very good. And then
Geography.
And then Macau, which has the franchise, they get to vote, and also Hong Kong, right? So those three would remain in the bill under Speaker Guerin's amendment. Is that not right?
No. So those three would, but my amendment as
Okay.
it stands keeps.
Thank you.
My amendment as it stands keeps Taiwan in. Okay? Don't have an issue with Taiwan. But Macau and Hong Kong would be excluded. And that's the purpose of my amendment. And I would ask you to oppose the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Guerin, the chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. As I said, the government of Macau is an elected government, has its own judicial system, and if we're going to start calling out Sands, we're going to be calling out one of the biggest supporters of the United States' greatest ally in Jerusalem, the Israeli government. Sands Corporation and the Adelson family is a huge supporter. So if we're going to call out the Sands, let's call them out and let's give them the credit that they deserve. Members, stick with me on this, on the amendment to the amendment, please.
Mr. Guerin sends up an amendment to the amendment. The amendment to the amendment is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption to the amendment. Show Mr. Guerin voting aye, Mr. Schaefer voting nay. The clerk will ring the bell. So Ms. Kemple voting aye. Mr. Leach voting aye. So Ms. Johnson of Dallas voting aye. Ms. Shaheen voting nay. Have all members voted? There have been 104 ayes and 35 nays. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to close on the amendment as amended.
The amendment is withdrawn.
You cannot withdraw an amendment after
Mr. Schaefer sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Leach voting aye. Mr. Guerin voting aye. So Mr. Canales voting aye. Mr. Kemple voting aye. So Mr. Spiller voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 124 ayes and 19 nays, the amendment is adopted. Does any member wish to speak for, on, or against the resolution? The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher in opposition to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise to oppose this, and when I have the opportunity, I intend to ask Chairman Guerin some questions from the back mic, but the speeches come first. This is a process. This is a 2/3 House Joint Resolution, 100 votes, and process matters. And so when I look at the bill, there are some concerns that I have that ought to be concerns for this body. I don't see any provisions about how these casinos will be constructed with union jobs. I don't see provisions that say these hotels and casinos will be operated by union workers. I don't see provisions that talk about women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses, small business enterprises. What we all know is SWIMBY and procurement that we see at all levels of government. You see commitments to SWIMBY. You see commitments to bring people that don't have these opportunities. And what I worry is that if we don't have it in here now, we won't be able to have it because you only have to look at page 7, line 4. Page 7, line 4 says that to be a qualified applicant to run these casinos, you have to have adequate experience and casino gaming operations. I can only think of one person in this state that can actually say they have casino gaming operations experience. 30 million Texans, 254 counties, and only one person by my book has the gaming experience to be a qualified applicant. And we're going to put this in our Texas Constitution for Texans to tell you you have no place here. You will never be able to climb the ladder to run and manage a casino because you don't have the experience. As a minority, I know a little bit about that. And so I know some of you do too. And if that's not compelling enough, I want you to go to page 12, line 14. And this is the provision that I've been telling folks is the provision that the House always wins. I don't mean the Texas House. I mean the casino house. So it says on page 12 at line 14, there is a 15% tax on the gross casino gaming revenue, and we're going to create that by general law. We'll create the tax component by general law, but that 15% is in the Constitution. So if we ever want to change that 15% to 16% or 17% or 18%, as they do well, we do well, HJR. We have to come back now and get a 2/3 hard 100 vote so that we can be a better business partner. Now, bear in mind, we just dedicated these revenues to our teachers. We want to dedicate these revenues to education. And if we think we need a little bit more help, we can't do it with general law. And so when the House always wins, it tells me, look, I'm not a no, I'm a not now. There are a number of things not right with this. There are a number of things that don't pencil for me. And we know that should this even pass and make it across the hall, it may not go very far over there either. So I say, well, you know what? Let's spend some time and get it right. Let's make sure that we're not going to send a false message to Texans that they will never be able to be in this position. I will tell you anecdotally, when a Fortune 100 company in Toyota Manufacturing North America came to San Antonio to build trucks, there's not a single Latino in town that said, I know how to do that. And if you look at every major supplier to that truck production factory, they're all minority owned. 51% minority owned. Toyota's their partner. Toyota put the capital in. Toyota taught them how to be auto manufacturers. And that's the Texas story. That's what we want to see. You don't see that here. You don't see that in this provision. And so I have a hard time accepting that. I'd much rather want to work on something to make it better. And I'm not just nibbling around the edges. I'm trying to find how we can make substantive changes. And so here's my concern. If we just vote for this and send it over, we say we are okay with the policy, and we can disguise that in the general talking point of let the voters decide. I believe that the voters should decide, but the voters don't get to build the policy. The voters don't get to say that we believe in minority and women and small business ownership. They should have a role in this. Voters don't get to decide whether we have labor that are working and operating these casinos. Something wrong with that. And so when I vote no, I vote to say, let's spend some time and get it right and come back and we can have a better conversation. And so with that, I rise and ask you to vote no on the HJR. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank in opposition to the bill.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Members, agree with Representative Martinez-Fisher. Didn't think I'd say that from the front mic. Thank you very much. A little levity. That was funny. No, I just want to point out something. We literally, in this bill, are going to set aside money to pay for the human problems that are going to be caused by this. literally set aside money in here to make sure we take care of the addiction problems. Don't think we have any money set aside for some of the human trafficking issues, but we're literally setting aside money because we know the problems it's going to take. I just think that's ironic. I ask you to vote no for the bill.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there is bipartisan opposition to casinos, and here's why. The average age of a sex trafficking victim in the state of Texas is a 12 to 14-year-old little girl. And if we have multiple casinos in our state, sex trafficking of those 12 to 14-year-old little girls is going to go vertical. I've talked to the Texas Council on Domestic Violence. I've talked to UTMB. And the people that lose out the most, not just the sex trafficking victims, but the women. I promise you, domestic violence will go vertical. I've seen the studies. A woman that is married to a problem gambler is 10 times more likely to go to the ER. Other states that have legalized gambling have witnessed and lived those statistics. It is a fact. This bill is not going anywhere. The Senate has not even given this a hearing. This is dead. So all I'm asking you is in a bipartisan fashion, we vote this down. Just think of we've been talking about budget impact. All we've been talking about is the revenue impact, not at this time.
Will the gentleman yield?
Not at this time. All we've been talking about is the revenue impact. Let's talk about the cost impact. Let's talk about human services. Let's talk about the increase in CPS. How many little children, when literally tens of thousands of mostly males blow a month's paycheck, go home, beat their wives in front of their children, and yes, I'm going to be transparent like that with you right now, because that will happen. Tens of thousands throughout the state of Texas. Little children will see that. And so our budget gets impact with CPS, with Medicaid, with homelessness. This is a bad deal. Texas is better than this. We don't need this.
Ms. Johnson of Dallas, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Gentleman yields questions.
Mr. Shaheen, I applaud your concern for domestic violence, but I'm concerned that you consistently oppose a lot of measures in this building that would protect women of domestic violence.
That's not true.
For example,
that's not true.
No, it's true. For
First
example,
of all,
the gentlelady will confine her remarks to the
I just
the
find
bill
it
in front of us.
interesting that only now
what your
at this
statement
point.
was inaccurate to the body. I've supported
That's not true.
significant investment. I support the local.
Both members will confine the remarks to the bill, the resolution before the House.
So
I personally support the sex trafficking victims organization in my district. My wife and I volunteer for them. So I really don't appreciate you misleading the body about my work with sex trafficking. I do it as a volunteer.
Sex trafficking and domestic violence are two different issues. Wouldn't you agree?
The members will confine their remarks to the resolution before
I'm done,
the
Mr.
House.
Speaker.
No, I bet you are.
The chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill would allow 8 full-scale casinos in various parts of the state to be set up. The bill would benefit many others in the state as well as out-of-state interests as currently drafted. It would devastate my constituency, the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas, and its members. It is the only federally recognized tribe in the state of Texas. Therefore, when I brought up the amendment, because of the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas and their attorneys, they mentioned that it was a mandatory requirement that we include what's called the IGRA language, Indian Gaming Reservation Act language. That is the reason why the amendment failed, based on the speaker and their staff. They said that my amendment included language that would circumvent the governor actually negotiating a pact with these folks that were going to be working a permit. Now, I feel that the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas is caught in a catch-22. Because they're federally recognized, they need to include this language, but at the same time, because we include the language in the amendment, we're left out and we're unable to move forward because of its germaneness. If there is one segment of this society that we must need to take care of, that historically, not only in the state of Texas, but in all of the United States, we have collectively undermined and mistreated for decades, it has been the indigenous. And it is the reason why we needed to make sure that they were protected in this bill. We're taking care of special interests that are coming from outside the state, and we cannot even take care of our own constituents, the most vulnerable segment of our society that need this special care. 30 years ago, maybe 40 years ago, I'm marking myself now, at a young age, crossing with my parents to Piedras Negras, from Eagle Pass to Piedras Negras, I couldn't quite understand as a young child why a segment of our society, of our community, was okay with living under the International Bridge with cardboard huts with 50, 75 members and one water faucet. To go from those 30, 40 years to where we find the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas and what they have done in that time since they were federally recognized, it is eye-opening. It is a dream that was never imaginable for them or for many of us in Eagle Pass. This bill would undermine all that. This bill would kill all of the dreams of our community, the economic advantages that we have benefited from, the fact that we have been able to uplift this segment of society that depends on us to be the voice for them. It is not right. If we cannot take care of our own, why are we putting out-of-state interest, these big corporations with billions of dollars, why are we cutting the line for them and putting them ahead of the line when we should be thinking of our own first and the most vulnerable segment of the society? For that reason, I am asking you to consider, please, vote no on this bill. It would decimate the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas, all that they have done for the last 30, 40 years to get where they are, to be an important segment of society, to be the number 2 employer in the community, the number 1 private employer in the community. They have done so much for the community. And Representative Shaheen is correct. This is not all just good things that have happened to the community. We have seen the other side. Each one of you is going to have to go to your community and have to answer your constituents. There will be money because you can actually ask me, money that will have to be spent, funds that will have to be spent to address the issues that come from this. We are at the front of this. We have faced this, but at the same time, I was happy to advocate for the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas and for our constituency, because at the end of the day, the positives, in my view, outweigh the negatives. That is a decision that every one of you will have to make when you vote on this bill, and you have to talk back, and you have to respond to your constituents on this issue. Please, if you truly care about a segment of society that we have left out for decades and decades and decades, please vote no, because it is the only economic stimulus that has benefited the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas and Maverick County and the region. And for that reason alone, I am asking you to please consider them as you make this important vote and vote no on this bill.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I yield for questions.
Gentleman yields.
And Representative Morales, I'm not trying to begrudge you fighting for your district. We were fighting for our districts earlier today, so that's your job. I do want to
course correct one major fact that you said that I think is important. You said that there's only one federally recognized tribe, and that's not accurate. I very proudly represent the Estado del Sur Pueblo. That is also a federally recognized tribe. The Alabama Coshada, they're also a federally recognized tribe. So I just think it's really important for us to not just make those nations invisible as well. And so I just want to course correct for the record.
And I'd like to clear up that are federally recognized and that have to go through IGRA, the Indian Gaming Reservation Act.
And I think, yes. So but I think it's really important for us to have recognize that there are differences, and I just don't want to make our communities invisible as well. And I just want to say
they're not. I was happily supportive of the amendment for the Coshadas and the Tiguas because I believe that they're in the same boat and they deserve the attention, and they are that segment of society also that we have left out, the most vulnerable in Texas, and that we need to, they should be coming first before anyone from these out-of-state or from these billion-dollar companies.
Right, and I'm not trying to begrudge you. I just don't want to misinform and want to correct the record. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez Fisher for
Gentleman yield for question.
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Morales, when I was talking about there's some inherent problems in this legislation that needs some time to get fixed, is this one of the real examples?
This is a true example. The Kickapoo Tribe of Texas and their folks have had and have wanted a seat at the table to make sure that they address these issues from day one. I don't believe, at the very least, this is my second session, the first time that I've actually had some actual ability to communicate with my other representatives that are carrying this legislation. I do want to say, and I respect Chairman Leach and also Chairman Kempel for giving me the opportunity this week to lay out what I thought were the needs of the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas. But I think more work is, this is not, my predecessor had to deal with it and his predecessor had to deal with it. So obviously it is something that is still ongoing and requires a lot more attention by this governing body.
And if you feel like this measure doesn't have the level of success that's needed to pass, it sort of gives you the opportunity to be at the table because there's a recognition that more must be done to get the support of this body. Is that what you're trying to do?
Yes, sir. Very much so. And in fact, not only must the Coshadas, the Tiguas, and the Kickapoo should be recognized, but they should not be marginalized and be given a seat at the end of the table. They should be at the forefront of the table. We should be considering them and their interest first and foremost before anybody else because they are our constituency. They have been here, and we all understand and need to recognize that they have been a vulnerable segment of our society through our doing, and that we need to correct those issues.
And not to pop quiz you on this, but with regard to the Native American tribe in your community, how long have they been here in Texas?
Jeez, hundreds of years.
Before there was a Texas?
Before there was a Texas. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas and their members, these are proud people. These are resilient people. These are hardworking people. They're supportive of the community, and not only that, under the IGRA agreement that they have with the federal government, all of the revenue that's generated must go to the general welfare of their members. And it is for that reason that I respectfully ask that each of you please vote no on this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hayes in opposition to the bill.
Members, I rise to speak against this bill for two reasons. One, I don't believe this is a core function of government. Two, what could be the other reason to be against it? We're going to create another governmental bureaucracy to run this gaming operation. Now, as a Republican, we came here to reduce the size of government, not to increase the size of it. The numbers I've seen, the tens of millions of dollars it will take to run this enterprise will greatly expand the size of government. So I ask you to consider, is this a core function of government? Why don't we focus on those? How many debates have we seen here during this session on everything under the sun? Let's focus on the core functions of government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canals, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for a couple questions.
Mr. Hayes, will you yield for a question? The gentleman yields.
Thank you. Earlier in session, we voted for the court bill where we created 13 new courts. Did you vote for that?
I did.
So that was just another big expansion of government, like you said we shouldn't do.
Members, let's confine our remarks to the resolution before the House.
May I respond to that, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Hayes. The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to close on the bill. The chair recognizes Ms. Davis in favor of the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, members, I would just say that this is an opportunity for Texas to give its citizens a chance to vote on something that we're all hearing from our constituents about. We continue to hear about the money and the revenues going to our border states in Oklahoma and Louisiana. This is an opportunity for us to allow our citizens to vote. The other thing I'd like to tell you about is it's not perfect probably at this point. But as we do legislation every day, we continue to perfect it, make sure that we are accountable to all the constituents in the state of Texas. And I would just ask us not to get hung up on whether or not this is something we would allow our citizens to vote for. That's all this is doing, is allowing us to have that opportunity so that they can make a determination as citizens. And we'll all respect what the outcome will be. With that, I'd ask you to vote for this HGR and give the citizens an opportunity to create this economic catalyst in our state rather than taking that outside of our state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to close on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, thank you for this, listening to all of this. First, I'd like to address the Kickapoos. They were offered an opportunity.
Mr. Harless, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few
As
questions?
soon as I finish this statement,
Yes, sir.
then I'll be happy to.
Just a minute,
They
sir.
were offered an opportunity today to join with the other two Indian tribes in the compact. They turned it down. After their amendment went down, Mr. Kemple offered that to them, and they turned it down. And I'll yield to you, Mr. Harless, and then I've got to come back and finish this.
Mr. Harless, for what purpose?
Thank you. Will the gentleman yield for
The gentleman yield for questions.
I will.
He yields.
Chairman Guerin, all we're doing today is voting on whether or not to take this to our constituents and let them have the freedom to make the decision on whether or not we have gambling in Texas. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Harless.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I'll be happy to, Mr. Dutton.
Thank you. Mr. Guerin, how long has this House been debating this issue of gambling?
To my knowledge, Mr. Dutton, 23 years, that's as long as I've been here.
Well, I think it started before you got here, but we've been debating it at least 25 years. And do you think that means that we ought to at least give this to the voters of Texas to let them decide?
The purpose of this constitutional amendment is to let our voters decide. Let the voters in House District 99 decide. Let the voters in House District 130, House District 1, let them decide. There will be no casino in anybody's district if that district or in any county that votes this down. There will not be a casino there.
Right. So nobody has to fear having a casino that their constituents don't want.
That's correct.
And do you understand why somebody would be opposed to letting the people decide?
Well, every 2 years we let the people decide, and a lot of us are fortunate enough to get to come back. Others get beat, and so I trust the voters in the district, and they get to vote on us every 2 years. I trust them to vote on this. Let them decide if they want it or not.
That may be the reason some of these people don't want the voters to decide.
I don't have an opinion on that, Mr. Dutton, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'd also like to say, the constitutional amendment is not a place where where you don't put in the concept. Yes, Mr. Dutton.
I just had one final question.
Yes, sir.
And that was about where the money goes.
The money in this, part of it's going to go to law enforcement to address the problems that Mr. Shaheen brought up that don't necessarily, the statistics don't show that that it's any different than it is anywhere else. Part of it goes to horse racing, and part of it goes to the administration of the new gaming commission, which Mr. Hayes is opposed to, but it will be self-supporting from the money coming in, and the rest of it is going to teacher pay raises and for the retired teachers for their pension. And that's
so,
where the rest of the money's going to.
And I think the bill says 80% of the money would go to teachers and teacher retirement.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
I thank you for this bill, and I know that the 30 million Texans are wanting to at least decide this measure, and we should be equally deciding to give it to the Texans to vote on it. So thank you for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Dutton. And I want to say that the constitutional amendment is not the place to decide whether it's union workers, non-union workers, who the contractor is, who the contractor is not. That's to be decided later. Members, I appreciate your time on this. Let's let our voters decide. Thank you. I'll close.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution HR 155. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Guerin voting aye. Mr. Kempo voting aye. Mr. Cortez voting aye. Mr. Romero voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 92 ayes, 51 nays, HJR 1.155 is passed to engrossment. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB 729, SCR 38.
The chair lays out on second reading HJR 102. The clerk read the bill.
HJR 102 by Leach, proposing a constitutional amendment authorizing the legislature to legalize wagering in this state on certain sporting events.
Members, please take your conversations outside the room. Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm proud to have the opportunity today to lay out this House Joint Resolution 102 for you today. I want to be very clear about a couple things, and I don't want to belabor the point. This constitutional amendment in front of you now will allow the people of Texas to vote on whether the state of Texas should allow legal sports betting. Members, let me be very clear. This constitutional amendment is not an expansion of gambling. It is not. Our estimates are that over 1 million Texans every year are placing nearly 2 million bets online, totaling $7 to $8 billion annually. Every single one of these bets, every single one of them, over 1 million bets every year, are criminal acts under current state law. If you picked up your phone right now, members, and you wanted to bet, you wanted to download an app to bet on tonight's, let's say tonight's Rangers game. Say you wanted to place a $50 bet on tonight's Rangers game or Astros so as to not lose votes. You couldn't do so legally. Now, here's what you could do very easily, and here's what's happening in the state of Texas, including with our children. You could right now go to your app store on your phone and download illegally. You could download an app that would allow you to place a bet online via an offshore account. It's very easy. You could, in a matter of, I've done it in the committee layout, as after I laid out my bill, before I got up to close, in the span of about 5 to 10 minutes, I downloaded an illegal app and was this close to, in the Texas Capitol, I didn't do it, but I almost did, placing an illegal bet on a game that night. That's how easy it is. When I do so, if I had done so, and as 1 million Texans every year are doing so, including children all across our state, they're doing so unsafely. They're putting their data, their money, their finances at risk. If you place an illegal bet with an offshore account right now, which, as I said, is very easy to do and is done, let's say you place a $100 bet on a Rangers game or an Astros game, and let's say you win $500. You place a good bet and you win $500. What happens under current Texas law if that $500 is not then deposited into your account? Nothing. You have no recourse. Who do you sue? No one. So what this bill will do is allow the people of Texas to vote on whether that behavior should or should not be criminal activity in the state of Texas. I believe, members, and you know that I've worked very hard on criminal justice reform over the years, as have many of you. And this House, I think, has taken the right position when it comes to criminalization. I believe strongly that we should criminalize things and criminalize people that we're scared of, not just people that we're mad at. This constitutional amendment will allow the people of Texas to legalize, to allow these people to come out of the shadows, and it will put forth a regulatory framework that will protect Texans who are already doing this now. To my Republican colleagues who care what former President Trump has said to say about sports betting. President Trump, a big fan of sports betting, has said whether your state has it or whether you don't have it, you still have it. Whether you have it or you don't have it, you still have it. Right now, there are 35 states since 2018 when the United States Supreme Court told the states that we could do this, that no longer was it federally regulated and the states needed to decide for themselves. Since 2018, in that decision, 35 states, plus D.C. and Puerto Rico, have authorized some form of sports betting. That includes conservative states like Louisiana, Tennessee, Arkansas, Arizona, Iowa, and others. So, members, I believe that we should allow the over 1 million Texans who are placing sports bets every year to come out of the shadows, to do this legally, to put forward a regulatory framework that, yes, protects them and that decriminalizes this behavior. That's what this does. Members, I would ask that you allow the people of Texas to vote on this. It is not an expansion of gambling. This is simply allowing what is currently taking place in the state of Texas to be done in a non-criminal and yet constitutional way. And with that, members, I'm happy to take questions.
Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for
Will the
questions?
gentleman yield for questions? He yields.
Yes.
Mr. Leach, thank you for your layout. Have you considered the issue that goes with this, that will drag money out of Texas? We continue to hear the argument that we need to do this so that we will have more tax revenue, but what about the prevailing fact that this is money that's going to leave our economy?
Representative Toth, I don't think
the House always wins.
Well, I don't think you just heard a word out of my mouth about revenue. I didn't say one thing about revenue. Is there revenue to the state? Yes.
Isn't there an argument for revenue? Isn't that the whole idea of why we're doing this?
That is a part of this, but I didn't mention the word revenue. You did.
No, I know, but this has been part of the argument, which is we want to keep this revenue in Texas. We want to keep the dollars flowing in Texas. Isn't that a big reason why we're doing this?
That may be a part of the reason, but that is not my main reason, Representative Toth, at all.
And in fact, I understand that's your argument.
And in fact, when you look at our state's budget,
don't we need to address that?
Representative Toth, if you'll allow me to answer your question,
yes, sir.
Please. I did not say the word revenue in my layout. I don't believe I said it at all. Is there revenue to the state? Yes. Is it not insignificant? Yes. Is it substantial revenue when you look at our state's budget? When you look at the fact that we're the 9th largest economy in the world, if you were to go ask Chairman Bonin or Finance Chair Huffman in the Senate whether the money that's coming in from this bill is a significant amount of revenue, look, it's going to equate, several $100 million eventually in revenue to the state. But put that aside, and I believe that we should ask the people of Texas to put that aside. And the question that I've posed to the body here, and what I would pose to the people of Texas on all sides of this issue, on both sides of the political aisle, is this activity? Again, over 1 million Texans right now, Representative Toth, are doing this right now. And the question for us primarily, fundamentally, at its core is this activity that should be criminal under the state of Texas? Or do we, like I do, value freedom and liberty and trust our citizens to make what decisions are in the best interest of them and their families?
You mentioned a quote about whether you're going to vote, whether you're going to decide on gambling. You have it with. Can you give us that quote again?
I can't. I didn't hear the question.
Can you hear?
Well, I can hear. I just can't hear very well. Can you just restate the question?
You brought a quote at the beginning of your layout about whether to
You're
decide
talking about
on it. You have
former,
whether
are you talking about President Trump's quote?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, I think the quote was, in so many words, when it comes to sports betting, whether you have it or you don't have it, you have it.
You have
Representative
it.
Toth, this is activity that exists right now in the state of Texas.
Correct.
And it's not
That's a
going
revenue,
anywhere.
That's a revenue-driven response, though, isn't it? At the end of the day, you're simply saying you're going to have it whether you're having it legally or illegally, correct?
No, not necessarily. And in fact, importantly, if you do want to talk about an important revenue aspect of this, one of the things that's not happening right now, the state is realizing no revenue from this right now. But if you want to talk about what we can do with the revenue, and pursuant to the bill, we will do with the revenue, 2% of whatever comes in will be spent on and appropriated towards problem gaming education and problem gaming efforts. So right now, we will be able to, with those 1 million Texans who right now are placing illegal bets, we will regulate those, we will decriminalize them, we'll make them constitutionally allowed, and we'll also use a significant portion of that revenue to educate the state, educate our kids, educate people of all ages about the problems and the challenges that can be associated with gaming. And that right now is money that's not being spent by the state, but I think appropriately should and will pursuant to my bill.
Do you have any concern whatsoever that by legalizing this in the state of Texas, taking it out, as you're saying, out of the closet, that more people are going to take advantage of it?
I trust the people of Texas to decide. At the end of the day,
understand.
I trust the people of Texas to decide. And all this HJR does is it puts forth a statewide referendum in front of the people of Texas.
And is that it's the unintended consequences that Representative Frank brought out earlier, that Representative Shaheen brought out earlier.
Well, I think
that we're going to have to pay for.
Yeah, Representative Toth, I think you know me well enough. We're classmates. I think you know me well enough to know that I would not push any piece of legislation that I believe it increases the incidence of domestic violence or human trafficking.
You don't think there will be any
these
unintended consequences from this?
Representative Toth, with every decision that we make in this body, there are consequences that we expect, and there are consequences that may be unintended. Of course, I recognize the reality of what we're talking about here. But again, I want to make the point, Representative Toth, this is happening now in the state of Texas anyways. It is happening now anyways, and we are not regulating it at all. We're calling these people criminals. We're saying what you're doing is unconstitutional. There's no regulation whatsoever. I think, Representative Toth, I know you've moved on and you're not listening to my answers because you made your point, but here's what I want to say, is right now, this makes it safer. This makes it safer in the state of Texas. This bill, I believe, will reduce incidents of domestic violence, will reduce the unintended consequences. There is no regulation for this activity whatsoever right now in the state of Texas, and this bill will fix that.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what
Will
purpose?
the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
The gentleman yield for...
Yes.
Mr. Leach, for us novice, when we talk about sports gambling, and I know a lot of it is going on right now, what does that look like for us as novice who have not engaged in that activity yet?
Well, that's an interesting question because I myself have never placed a sports bet, ever. And whether this bill passes or not, I don't plan to place a sports bet. The only bet that I've probably ever placed is when Representative Holland and I are on the golf course and I beat him and I'll bet him, $1 per hole. And at the end of the tournament, I'll win $18, okay? And now, as what we learned earlier from Representative Patterson, Representative Holland and I are going to take Representative Patterson golfing, and we're going to win a lot of money off Representative Patterson, who claims to be a 4 handicap but has never played golf in his life.
All right, thank you, sir.
So here's what it would mean. Online sports wagering. Right now, as I said, Representative, you could get your phone, you could download an app. You hear a lot about platforms like FanDuel and DraftKings and Barstool Sports and others. You could go right now and download those apps. You could get to the point where you're placing a bet on tonight's Rangers or Astros game, but when you go to place the bet, you would not be allowed to place the bet because our entire state is geo-fenced out of those platforms. Those platforms have prevented us and prohibited us from placing legal bets. So what people do instead is to go to the illegal market and place illegal bets via offshore unsafe accounts. One of the things that I want to get to in the enabling legislation later is how important it is for this bill to be tethered to and anchored to our sports teams like the Astros and the Rangers and the Cowboys and the Texans and our soccer teams, and importantly, the WNBA franchise. For the first time ever, my bill, and it's been this way since day one, since I've been the bill author, my bill includes the state's only WNBA franchise. You think the WNBA franchise in this state is going to sign on to and advocate for a bill that increases domestic violence and human trafficking? They're not. They're not.
Representative Leach,
And so what this bill will do is create a framework and a system where these bets can be placed safely and legally.
great, and I do want to highlight the upside. So are we betting on just pro sports and any pro sports, or is college involved at all?
Yes, but not youth sports. College, yes, but not youth sports.
So college, professional, sports, and again, it's happening already.
It's happening every day. In fact, I'm willing to bet if we gave truth serum to every member in this body right now, there might have been a couple bets placed on this floor today. I don't know who. I'm not naming names, but it's happening every day all around us.
All right, and this HJR allows the people to vote on it?
That's all it does. Is this November, it allows the people of Texas to have their say. And at the end of the day, whether they vote up or down, I think they're going to vote up.
But the main thing, it allows the people to decide.
That's all it does, Representative.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
And I trust the people of Texas.
The following announcement, the clerk will make the announcement.
The Committee on General Investigating will meet today at 6 p.m. in room E2.012 in a formal meeting to consider committee business.
Mr. Bernal, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a quick question?
Would the gentleman yield for a quick question?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Leach, I was wondering if you could explain to us what this could mean for the actual teams we have. We've seen smaller markets, for example, like Oakland, lose their baseball team and lose their football team, and not every market in Texas that has a professional sports team, and in some cases we have smaller teams like the WNBA. What does it mean for those teams to be able to compete, not only with the other teams across the country, but also to maybe stay in a smaller market like San Antonio, for example, where my Spurs are?
Yeah, so it's a great question, and Representative Bernal, I probably want to defer my answer to that question until we get to the enabling legislation, which details more with the actual teams it's tethered to. But I will say this, members, all of you, I mean, I'm looking around the body, and I know I see a room full of sports fans here. We're all Texans. You love your sports. You love your college football. You love your Astros baseball. You love your hockey, although I'm not sure I've ever been to a regular hockey game. But I know we got hockey fans in here. I know we've got soccer fans in here. I know we've got NASCAR and rodeo. I know we've got these fans in here. And you think about when you're at one of those events. Now, importantly, this bill does not include any sort of brick and mortar component. Unlike past bills and previous, there's no brick and mortar component here. But you think about those sports fans, those hundreds of thousands of sports fans that attend those events every year all across our state and markets all across the state. Right now, we are saying via the legislature, if any single one of them places a bet of any dollar amount, that they are criminals under the state law. And I don't believe it should be that way. I want to allow the people of Texas to vote on this constitutional amendment to let them come out of the shadows and let us love our sports like I know we do here in Texas. I think we've got an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment would add a permit for NASCAR racing held at the North Texas Motor Speedway. Move adoption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to clarify what this amendment is in front of you. This is it's just that. It's a clarifying amendment. It aligns the bill with the enabling legislation. It adds the NASCAR track, which I just mentioned. Then I do importantly want to, when we talk about revenue, which Representative Toth asked the question, 98% of the revenue will be dedicated to property tax relief. Will be dedicated to TEA to be used to reduce property taxes in the state of Texas. Ultimately, that could be close to $1 billion per biennium in property tax relief. That is constitutionally dedicated under the bill, and this amendment just clarifies that. With that, I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HB 4, Capriglione, sponsored by Hughes, relating to the regulation of the collection, use, possessing, and treatment of consumers' personal data.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
I move that the remarks by Representatives Patterson and Holland on H.R. 1680 be reduced to writing and entered upon the journal.
Members heard the motions. Objection. Chair has none so ordered. The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez-Fisher.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez-Fisher to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate Chairman Leach's effort on the substitute. And to be fair, he talked to me and said, you should have come talk to me about this earlier. And he's right. We should have. I should have. His substitute was filed yesterday at 6:37 p.m. We were probably embedded in one of the toughest fights we had in the entire session, dealing with border security and very passionate arguments, so we're all busy. But the part of the Leach substitute that I want you all to vote with me on is he's dedicating the money to property tax. And I want to be real honest, this legislature doesn't have any problems cutting and funding property taxes. In fact, one of the biggest fights of this session is to who has the better property tax plan, the House or the Senate. We found $15 billion for that. But we have another issue that I think is pressing, urgent, and I think it builds consensus, is we have a uncompensated health care problem in our state. And so I'd rather take that 98%, which could be $1 billion, give it to counties, our counties, that are dealing with unpaid bills in their local hospitals so that we can give them some relief, and then very, very specifically prioritize our rural hospitals that are closing. And we know that there are rural hospitals that are closing. We haven't been able to lean into that too much. But if there is an opportunity for $1 billion of future money, then I say we ought to apply it where we need it the most. And so if you are a rural member and you have a rural hospital that's struggling to pay the bills, this amendment to the amendment is for you. If you have a county that does what it can to provide health care, because we can't turn people away when they come to the hospital sick. Somebody pays the bills at the end of the year, and that's typically our constituents and ourselves when we get that property tax assessment and that assessment goes up. Now we have another stream of revenue coming in to help pay the bills. May not solve the entire problem, but at least it's a start. It's a start in the right direction. I was hoping that Chair Leach would accept this amendment. I think it'd make things easier. That's up to him.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach in opposition to the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, with all due respect to my colleague and friend, Representative Martinez-Fisher, I have to ask that you oppose this amendment with me. I just haven't had any time to vet this, members. I know it's been a busy session, but this bill's been filed for at least a couple months, and would have loved to have had this discussion with Representative Martinez-Fisher before today, but I have not had the time to vet this with myself, with any of you, and with the stakeholders that this bill is so important to. With that, so I'm going to ask you members to, what are you doing, straight up and down? To vote no on the amendment to the amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez-Fisher to close on the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, members, this is your opportunity to help Chair Leach. Chair Leach says, I cannot take this because I haven't read it. I don't know what it does. Well, you have it there in front of you. It's a paragraph, and it just says we're going to take the 98% of the profits we share, and we're going to give it to unfunded healthcare costs in our counties, and we're going to give it to rural hospitals that are struggling to pay the bills and that are closing. If you remember at the beginning of the session, there was discussion about rural hospitals in Southeast Texas where folks can't even deliver children because they lack the ability to keep a hospital open where they can deliver babies, and they're struggling to keep the bills paid and the lights on. This would help with that. So if you think that property taxes are so hard to come by and that we need something like this, I would disagree with you. I do believe we have a shared issue across the state, big county, small county. It doesn't matter. Everybody gets sick. Everybody has to go to the hospital. We have a bigger problem of having unfunded health care in our local counties, and this will help, and this will go a long way. So I ask that, despite the fact that Chair Leach has not had an opportunity to process it, you have processed it through this debate, and I ask that you vote with me in favor of health care, unfunded local mandates, and supporting rural hospitals. Please vote yes on the amendment to the amendment. Record vote.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment to the amendment sent by Mr. Martinez-Fisher. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So, Mr. Strict enforcement, members, strict enforcement has been requested. Strict enforcement has been granted. Members, vote from your desk, please. Have all members voted? There being 63 ayes, 71 nays, the amendment to the amendment fails to adopt. The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close on the amendment.
The amendment? Move adoption to the amendment.
Mr. Leach sends up the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Strict enforcement voters, members, please vote from your desk. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. He's the author of the amendment. No. You may not vote for other members under strict enforcement. Please vote only for yourself. Have all members voted? There have been 103 ayes, 29 nays. The amendment is adopted. Members, as a reminder, when the chair grants strict enforcement, you may only vote for yourself and only from your desk. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harrison.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harrison to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a pro-free market amendment that increases competition over time, and I believe it is acceptable to the bill author.
Mr. Harrison sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption amendment. This is a record of vote with strict enforcement. Please vote from your desk. Mr. Harrison, show Mr. Harrison voting aye. So Mr. Leach voting aye. Members, please vote from your desks and only for yourself. Have all members voted? Please vote from your desks, members. I can't. Have all members voted? Everyone get their steps in. Have all members voted? There have been 113 ayes and 17 nays. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Morales and Maverick.
Is Mr. Morales and Maverick on the floor of the House?
Make it quick, man. People are.
The amendment is withdrawn. Any member wishes to speak on, for, or against the resolution? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Mr. Leach. The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to thank Chairman Leach for bringing this bill forward. I'm not going to keep the chamber and talking about this too much. It's the same argument. This is, it's not a no, it's a not now. There's work to be done on this. We have a revenue stream, but we need to prioritize how we're going to do that. We need to make sure that we have other guardrails and protections. And I think that this is one of these things that we know it's not going to go anywhere across the hall. And why are we going to cut each other up? And respectfully, Chair Leach has a different opinion. He'll get his time to tell you how it'll be on the governor's desk. But from my vantage point, this is something that we can wait for. We can spend some time over the interim. We can travel the states. We can figure out what we need and come back and do something that is right for our state. And most importantly, make sure we have good business partners. They care about our constituents. They care about our community, that are willing to lift us up. It's very difficult. It's very difficult to succeed in this space if you would like to be part of an elite ownership group or part of a business enterprise. Very difficult to do. We need to think about where we want to go long term as a state, how we build something together, how it's good for suburban areas, urban areas, rural areas. And we're going to have some disagreement, but we should be doing the work together. We should never be handed a set of pages and say, this is what you need to do. Let the voters decide. The voters don't get to decide the policy. We decide the policy. If Chair Leach had one sentence that said we're going to go to the voters, up or down, do you like it or not? That's great. But we can't go up or down with an already pre-baked idea and what we want as an outcome. I don't think that's fair to our constituents. I don't think it's fair to ourselves. And I think you demonstrated that in the prior vote. I hope you could continue to show some consistency. Please vote no on the HJR. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales in favor of the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, members, so we've heard a lot about revenue. We've heard a lot about gambling. What I want to talk to you is about freedom. Who are we to tell people what to do with the dollar they have in their pocket? We're not building casinos with this bill. We're not building brick and mortar. We're allowing people to play a game of chance. So if you've got E-Trade, if you trade stocks online, that's a game of chance. What's the difference? What's the difference? Unless you're betting on the Cowboys. Let me tell you what the problem is here. We talk a lot about freedom in this chamber. We talk a lot about liberty. So I'm allowed to go into a store and spend money on a shirt, but you're going to tell me what to do with my money online now? Come on. The reality is this, that what Chairman Leach told you is we are potentially criminalizing millions of Texans already today. For what? Because we want to tell them how to spend their money? This is not about gambling. This is about us dictating to Texans what they can and can't do with the dollar they have in their pocket. If you vote against this, you're not about liberty, you're not about freedom, you're about locking people up for deciding what to do with their own money. Vote for this HJR for freedom, for liberty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen in opposition of the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I laid out for you the concerns, the grave concerns I have with casinos. Online gambling is worse, and here's why. At least you have a physical, geographic restriction on casinos. Now we're talking online. Now we're talking every Texan. 30 million Texans have access to online gambling. And here's the issue. When you go into a casino, you are dealing mostly with cash. With your device, you're dealing with a credit card. Read the legislation, the enabling legislation, it specifically calls out credit cards. And if you look at the statistics, 60%, hear me members, 60% of children gamble online. I can promise you, the industry last year spent $1.9 billion across the nation marketing their services. They are targeting your children, not necessarily you. And quite frankly, this very proposition was voted on in California and it went down by 83%. Now, normally I don't hold up California as an example, but I am today, and that's because of the concern of online gambling with children and the impact it has on our children. We talk a lot on this floor about protecting children. This vote is to protect children. I can promise you they will target your children. I'm in the technology industry. They have algorithms to target your children. When your children goes on social media, there's demographic information. They know the age of your child, and they're targeting your child with gambling ads because they know their age. We're talking about credit cards here, members. I ask you to vote no. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close on the resolution.
Okay, members. I know that that I'm probably the only thing that's standing in between you and eating dinner, and I know we've got a full calendar that we need to get to. But this is important, members. I want to go back to what Chairman Canales just talked about. Freedom and liberty. I want to go back to your constituents. Let me make very clear. I've had conversations with a number of you over the past few weeks and even today on the floor. You've told me you want to vote for this bill, but you're kind of reluctant. You're afraid. You've maybe never voted on gaming or gambling or betting issues, and I understand that. And as your friend and your colleague and your bill author, I would never encourage or ask you to vote against your values or to vote against your district. Vote your districts, okay? But I want you to think about, as you vote your districts today, those constituents right now who very possibly this very moment could be online. Maybe think about a kid, a 16-year-old, a minor, who has a phone and has illegally downloaded an offshore app. And they put their debit card in, maybe they put their parents' debit card in, and they put in, because there's no regulation whatsoever. you could literally do it right here in three minutes. They're put in, maybe bet $500, and they lose $10,000 on a game. That's happening. That's happening now. That's happening all across the state every single day. So I want you to think about those constituents that need us. And I'm usually a legislator that votes against more regulation. I want more freedom and liberty, less regulation, less government, as Representative Hayes talked about earlier. But here, this issue is not going away. Last session, when Representative Huberty, our colleague Representative Huberty, filed this bill, I believe at that time 25 states had legalized some form of sports betting. Now it's 35 states. It's 37 states, actually. Next session, it's likely going to be upwards of 45, 47, maybe 49 states, leaving Texas as the only. This is going to happen, as Representative Martinez-Fisher said. He seems to think he supports the bill. It's just not now. But the problem is, if we don't do this now, millions of Texans are going to continue to commit criminal behavior, unsafe activity, unregulated activity every single day. And we have an opportunity now to put a framework in place, allow them to come out of the shadows, put a framework in place, and make this activity more safe. We have organizations, we have Texans, we have people who have organizations that have deep roots planted all across our state. When we talk about our sports teams that I've mentioned earlier, they are invested in this. I'm very proud that the WNBA franchise in Dallas has a spot in this bill. The WNBA franchise has committed to me and to the bill's supporters that they are going to invest heavily in domestic violence prevention, domestic violence education. I'm really proud that that's a part of this bill. So, members, I would ask that you give the people of Texas the chance to vote on this in November. That is the ultimate form of freedom and liberty. I trust the people of Texas and ask for them to be able to vote on this in November. Happy to take questions.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Sure.
He yields.
I'm over here. Jeff.
Yeah.
Just this way. Yeah. You mentioned at the beginning of your layout. I want to bring everybody back to why we are where we are. At some point, this conduct was essentially sent out to the states. Say, y'all need to regulate that. When was the impetus for that? What was the impetus?
The states need to regulate it? It was a 2018 United States Supreme Court decision,
So
which
it's
said
2018.
Yeah, 5 years ago.
Legislation was brought in 2019 to help clarify this. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And we had no consensus on it then. So we made a decision, whether we knew it or not, to continue to allow millions of Texans to be potentially criminalized for conduct that y'all are doing in your offices every day.
Yep.
We had another opportunity in 2021, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Legislation filed again, correct?
Correct.
Made that choice again to allow Texans, our fellow Texans that are doing this, like you said, this is conduct that is happening and is going to continue to happen. We are making the choice of whether we want to criminalize it or not.
That's correct.
And so I appreciate you doing this, and I don't know why it's taken so long, but hopefully this is the end of the story and we can take care of this once and for all.
I agree completely. I'm proud to have your support, Representative Moody. Members, I'd ask that you stick with me. Let's let Texans vote to legalize sports betting in Texas. And with that, members, I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of HJR 102. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. Strict enforcement has been granted. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members made a decision on their vote? There'll be 97 ayes and 44 nays. HJR 102 is passed to engrossment. Members, Mr. Lozano has very graciously donated dinner from his Wingstop. It's in the back hall. It is available for you all. We will stand at recess until 7 p.m.